My apologies for the very slight delay in the stream's opening. I've been spending that time actually drafting up a contract um, that all of you have signed just by virtue of appearing here on this stream. If you're watching right now, then you are automatically waiving any right whatsoever to make fun of me if I die and shit myself over the course of this stream. Because I had a truly preposterous amount of food before. And no, this wouldn't be a brown out. This would be more of a brown down, folks. No, I had I had holy shit. Some car altercations outside by the sound of it. Whatever the case may be, I listen, I haven't been doing much in the way of cooking, okay? I had myself some food. Here's what I ordered, okay? I had some garlic knots. Nice big garlic knots, you know, nice one. Not like that little fucking little breadcrumb shit, okay? Just some nice individually baked garlic knots. That was step one. And then I had 4 burger sliders and some fries, you know, just little smash burger sliders. And then I had a gigantic brownie with ice cream. And there's still a little bit of food to my left. And if I look at it, I will vomit and die. So the goal for today's stream is to not look to our left. There's starving children in Africa, Vi? Yeah, and after I die, I'll have my body shipped over there so they can eat me, okay? Surfs did a stream segment about your land back discourse. It's well researched, but I don't know if it addresses your concerns. I didn't even make any claims during my discussion with that with Joey. I didn't actually like come with arguments. Like I didn't come there to argue, you know? I just came there to just ask a couple of questions and clarify, you know? Man, that was wild. I think here's my current position. Are you guys ready for it? Okay? Are you ready for it? Here's my hot take. People are calling you racist now. There are like a small dedicated number of dipshits that are going to call me racist no matter what I do. Yeah, Lottie Bix Burn. Yeah, people are calling me like a white nationalist. Here's my hot take, okay? Indigenous people's issues are... Wait, hold on one second. Hold on one quick second. You'll never know the secret memes. You'll never know. You'll never know. You'll never know. Anyway, what was I saying? Fuck, what was I saying? Fuck, what was I going to say? I have such a bad memory, and my brain is so addled by fat right now. Oh, yeah. Indigenous issues are super fucking important. People don't talk about this, but most indigenous people are like in Asia. Like it's not just when we think of indigenous issues, we just think of like America, you know, like, and then we think of Canada a bit, you know, because we're like right next, and then we think a little bit of like Mexico, you know, and then we like Latin America, you know, but like this is like a whole world thing. And I think a lot of people, when they think of indigenous issues, they think of really like niche shit, like those undiscovered tribes in like the Brazilian rainforest, you know, in the Amazon, and like that's part of it, yeah. But there's it's so much more far-reaching than that. And the problem, I think, is that a lot of the people online who are really dedicated to this subject are white. There's some fucking angry ass white people online who talk about this shit nonstop, and they just use it as another vehicle for expressing, you know, contempt against systems of power that they don't like. A lot of them are tankies too. A lot of the people who I saw shit talking me on Twitter are like young white people, and they're actually like Anglophobic. Like for real. Like they actually unironically do the white guilt thing. It's so cringy. Like holy shit. These are the people who would actually like when they get to college, because these people are not in college yet. These are the people who are going to try and pick people up at parties by apologizing to them for being white. They're gonna see some hot chick across the end of the party. They're gonna be like, "Wow, what a beautiful Afro-Latina specimen." Walk over, "Hey, I'm so sorry about what our people have done to you." So they need to work that shit out, okay? Because I'm not going to counsel them, but it is really weird because I think there's a lot of nuance to indigenous issues that can be a little bit hard to like nail down in a quick conversation, but you can only explore that nuance um, in conversations where people are acting in good faith. And I feel like a lot of the people who care about this online, like a bunch, are people who are kind of looking for excuses to deflect like senses of guilt or blame they have, which is the only explanation I can think of for yesterday when I had someone on. I literally like brought an indigenous person on to ask questions about this issue and learned a lot from it, but the people in chat were calling me like a white nationalist for asking questions. It was really weird. Like it was actually like really weird. People like the indigenous person came on and he was like, "Hey, listen, the land back movement isn't about like woke ethno states or anything." And I was like, "Yeah, I don't think it is. I'm just interested in hearing what you have to say about it." And then I go on Twitter and people are like, "Huh, Vosh is a white nationalist. Also, white people should leave the American continents." And it's like highly liked, you know? And I talked to the person who I brought on about it, and they're like, well, you know, maybe it's kind of a joke. Like, fuck, dude. Are you all like, are we doing it again? Are we doing the just asking questions, Pepe posting it's all irony bro shit again? This is a conversation I would love to get in deep with, because it's really interesting to me, and I don't think any understanding of decolonization is complete without being able to get like a better perspective on indigenous rights. The main issue is just that I think a lot of the people who want to have these conversations are either acting in bad faith, are openly hateful, or are just looking for excuses to be pernicious against people who don't automatically toe the line because they're kind of like woke scolds. So I'm going to lay my hands off that subject for a while, and hopefully in the future I can find a community or like a person who I trust enough to have the convo in good faith. But until then, I think it's like one of those untouchable topics, you know? I had the same problem with the black nationalism thing. Remember how the black nationalism arc was 5 minutes of me thinking black nationalism and black separatism were the same things, realizing my mistake, correcting myself, and then the next week were people telling me that I was a white supremacist for not wanting ethno states for black people? It's just a really weird subject. Yeah. So, do you think we need more mods here? We had a bunch of people saying pretty racist stuff yesterday. Yeah, so here's a hot tip, okay? If anybody in chat or any like fan of mine in chat or anything like that, this website chat, I don't give a fuck about YouTube chat, says anything super like racist, screenshot it if I miss it, like if it's offline chat, screenshot it, email it to me. I'll ban people. Yeah, for sure. I don't want these fucking people in my community. Anyway, we're going so tangential right now. So tangential. We have actually a guest who we're speaking to begin with. I'm going to ask if they're good to go.
Hey there.
Hey there, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Great. As a fellow gamer, I'm sure you understand. I am very excited to get to Black Mesa, but until then, I want to hit deep with
Yeah.
these issues with you. Would you mind introducing yourself to the stream?
Hi. So online I go by Faust. That's like my tag in the Smash community. And I'm a panelist for the Smash Code of Conduct panel. So kind of what we do is we're like a group of anonymous volunteers, mostly. Some of us aren't. Obviously, like I'm not anonymous right now, but we investigate allegations of misconduct in the Smash community for every Smash game, basically.
Now, are you tied to any official organization, or do you just work as a as a watchdog group, and then oust information when people engage in misbehavior, so that larger organizations can take it from there.
So so Nintendo is very uninvolved with the competitive Smash Bros community, for better or for worse. But what we do is we have a group of signatory TOs. So all the major TOs, or almost all of the major TOs, or tournament organizers in the Smash community, have agreed to. They're not bound by, but they agree to follow kind of what we adjudicate, I suppose. So we have like a whole process that we go through regarding accusers and the accused, and we talk to both of them, and then decide from there what we should do with the information that we get.
Gotcha. May I ask your pronouns?
So I use he, him, or they, them, but I'm not super picky.
Gotcha. Okay. How edgy can we be during this discussion? How beholden are you to the limits of respectability?
So like I've seen some of I'm a fan of your streams, so I know how edgy it can get. Maybe not like full Vosh edge, but like it's the type of thing where I think we should, especially because it's the community I'm a part of, I'd like to treat it with like some level of sensitivity, I suppose.
Okay.
But I appreciate you asking.
All right. Okay. Just making sure. So I'm going to test the edge to begin with, and we can move from there. Okay. So just to test you for bias at the beginning, would you say you are pro or against sexually predatory behavior?
That's a tough one, dude. No, I'm very against that, obviously.
Okay. So with your bias laid out on the table, now we know, and we can continue, and everyone can. So any proers out there, this isn't the conversation for you. I agree with our guest.
Get out of get out of Vosh's chat. I don't know why you're there already, but
wow. This must have been a pretty busy past 2 weeks for you, huh?
Oh my gosh, yeah. So I'm relatively new to the panel, and admittedly, this past weekend I was out camping without cell phone service, so I missed a lot of it and then caught up later. But I have the blessing of essentially our spokesperson to come talk here after reading up about what had happened over the past week and stuff like that. But yeah, it's been a really busy couple weeks now for us as a community, and us as a community and us as a panel as well.
Yeah.
Our Slack page has a bunch of things to look at over the next little while.
Yeah, so I, to catch people who are watching up, I know, I mean, if they've been watching all my videos, they would know, but just to catch everyone up, so the past couple of weeks have seen, well, a number of communities, but in this case, the Smash community, the Smash Bros community, rocked with, I think it's fair to say, literally dozens of prominent figures having essentially Me Too allegations thrown against them. Some of them have been against community members, like Zero, for example, who was a like, I think it's fair to say, a pillar of the community. And most recently, and I think maybe most disappointing to me, Sky Williams has been implicated in a lot of recent stuff. I assume you're comfortable like naming names, right? You're not going to.
Yeah.
Right.
Obviously, I can't like go into like the defamation type territory or targeted harassment type territory, but like I'm comfortable. The information's all out there. The only thing I can't disclose is like specific things that I've worked on within the panel, I suppose, because that information, the thing about the way we operate as a panel is so panelists and a supervisor are assigned to cases, and only people who are assigned to cases know what happens within those cases. Not even the signatory TOs know that information, and neither do the rest of the panelists outside of that case. So
gotcha. Would you mind? I want to. I've been invested in professional gaming for pretty much my entire cogent semi-adult life. Now, I've never been good enough to play, but I've always taken great enjoyment from seeing the titans of these figures. Initially, it was the StarCraft Brood War community. It was the TF2 community. Then later, the StarCraft 2 and the Smash Bros community. And every time, like, there's something very Herculean about seeing these larger than life professionals live their lives. And I think a lot of people forget that just because you're a god in the game doesn't mean you're not the same stupid, inept asshole in real life that the rest of us are, perhaps even more so. I can't tell you how disappointing it is now whenever, I mean, I've always felt this to an extent, at least since I became a leftist, but now especially I'm feeling it. When I see people I admire online, I don't know what the fuck is going on with them. I have no
Hmm.
idea, you know?
No, for sure.
So, how your job is to keep this from well, you can't keep this from happening, but your job
Hmm.
is to you know, participate in the process
Yeah.
of ousting these claims. How does that play out in practice? Like, what do you do when an allegation or a whistleblower comes to you?
Okay, so we have a forum that we have on our Twitter. It's on Smashboards, which is kind of like the forum that was used historically in the Smash community. But there's this forum that either the accuser can fill out or someone can fill it out on behalf of the accuser, and essentially that gets forwarded to us. Kind of the like not the upper management, but the people who are kind of more experienced within the panel will send a call out for panelists and supervisors to work on the case. We get the case, we see the evidence that's been provided by the accuser, and we look over it. We set up a date to meet with the accuser. The accused is informed that they've been accused, and we set up an interview with them. And we talk to them for, it can be anywhere from 45 minutes to like an hour and a half each. And we look over that information and kind of listen to testimony, because especially when it comes to things that can happen sometimes like 6 months, a year, 2 years ago, um, we like testimony is kind of the most valuable thing for us.
Hmm.
So we listen to that, kind of compare it against our notes, and then we decide whether we believe, based on the evidence and the testimony, whether what the accused said happened, what level offense it is. So on our code of conduct panel, which I can or our code of conduct, which I can probably send to you in a bit, um, we we determine the offense and then determine the punishment based on that.
Hmm.
Um, and
What power do you have to levy punishments?
So our punishments are the extent of, we basically tell our signatory TOs that this is what we've found to be the case, not naming specifics too greatly, of course, but this is what we've our panelists have found. This is what we recommend that you do in terms of a ban. That's the extent of what we can do, and our TOs are very good at following up on that. So we've had like a few higher profile bans, especially now. We haven't gone through them, but in the past we've had them, and our TOs are typically pretty good at holding those up. Yeah, so
Gotcha.
we don't have any direct power, but
Yeah, I mean, well, if you're not, an arm of one
law
of the
enforcement.
tournament organizations or literal law enforcement, then yeah, it's pretty much all
Yeah.
you can do, I think. How long is this? This would be probably the biggest wave of work you all have had to do,
Hmm.
at least insofar as you're aware, right?
Yeah, as far as, so yeah, this I haven't been on the panel for as long as some of the other members. We've started in 2018. But as far as I'm aware, is the this is the biggest volume of accusations that have come out at one point,
Gotcha.
like in quick succession. Yeah.
Are With regards to the people you're working with, how's the mood? Are you happy that now finally some attention is being brought to suspicions you've had for a long time?
Mhm.
Or are you sad to have discovered all of this? What's the general attitude over there?
Well, it's obviously kind of, if especially if you because the thing about Smash tournaments as opposed to sporting events and even other esports like League of Legends, um all of our tournaments are open.
Mhm.
So a lot of people, and that's what part of the problem, I suppose too, is that like a lot of people know these people at least on some level. So it's kind of heartbreaking in that aspect, but of course we're like happy that the community is going to be safer um because of that. So I'm not sure if you heard of Leffen?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so Leffen is one of like the top melee players right now, and has been for a while. And he has talked about this a little bit, about how it's now is like the time for us to act and really like put in the work to um, do good in the community, I suppose.
Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
think he's He's only throwing his weight forward to secretly hide his Epstein-like misdeeds,
No,
like the rest of us.
of course, like anything could be wrong. Like a lot of the thing about all these accusations is no one like really sees them coming, or like even if they do, they don't really. Um, so, but I have he's a good lefty boy, like the rest of us, you know.
As
And he's
evidenced by
always
his
been pretty
name, yes.
respectful. So,
Yeah, it's so hard to it's so hard to know, or at least it is from a
mhm,
distance. I feel like for some of these people, I mean, obviously for the people they abused, some of the people who have had accusations levied against them were probably known in industry to be pretty creepy beforehand.
mhm.
Like for example, all that Sky Williams stuff. Are you comfortable with me mentioning specifics or
Yeah, yeah, go for it.
this weird
The
like
Sky stuff that has come out today, I'm not as familiar with, just because it happened when I was like very asleep.
yeah.
But
Yeah, see, like Sky Williams has like multiple like mansions that he it's like
mhm,
he has people like he rents it out and like a ton of people sleep there and they have like this weird hierarchy where the renters
yeah,
he likes are like his close friends, but if he doesn't like you and you fuck with him or you don't pay him back, like he'll break your shit and
mhm.
he's like a slumlord but of his own house. And,
No,
and
for sure.
yeah, and apparently, like there's been sexual abuse, underage sexual abuse as well. That's taken place at
Mhm,
his place for years, and he's always like known about it, and he's been It's like really fucking weird. And what that means is a ton of people have moved through this house. A ton of people are at least somewhat aware of what's gone on, but it's so
mhm.
difficult to actually like step forward because the social clout of any one of these public figures is enough to ruin you
Oh yeah.
if you make an accusation like in a that's a little bit inaccurate or where somebody who you trusted to take your side actually ends up denouncing you, like you can
Mhm.
be exiled from the community if you're not careful with that, which means that even the process of naming like abusers becomes like this weird clout game where you need to wait for the time to be right, you know?
Oh, for sure. That's why I think that this kind of like avalanche, I suppose, of accusations has been really good. Because you know, like the more obviously you and I both know that the more people who do come out about stories of abuse, the more likely other people are, even if they
Mhm.
don't have the same abuser, like within the same space. So yeah, it's a really difficult game, especially like um, some of the more high profile accusers or accused. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to finally like pull the trigger on that twit longer or something. Thankfully, the community has, at least for the most part, with the exception of the Zero situation, that one's a little different.
Right.
A lot of people have been very, very receptive, at least in my circles. And
Zero's fans have been very
oh
active,
yeah,
yeah, in defending
Yeah,
him.
Zero's a weird situation because I think it was in 20 might have been 2018 and it might have been I think it was 2017. He stepped away from competing just to stream and make content and stuff like that. So he's obviously a community tangential person now, but he's not like out in the out at like these open tournaments like he used to be. So because of that, like his fans are a lot of people who like have never been to a tournament before, you know.
Right.
Um,
And there's a
which
lower bar of respectability for his fandom. Like I
mhm,
think that the relationship fans have to streamers is
mhm,
very different to the relationship fans have to tournament professionals. The relationship is a little bit more distant. There's a little bit more of like an like the criticism you'd expect between like a fan base and like an athlete, you know?
yeah,
Whereas
for sure.
have the ability to weaponize, I think, the most aggressively parasocial fan base possible.
Mhm.
I don't think you can get more intimate with a media figure than spending 8 hours a day just watching them, talking to them, listening to them share details about their life.
Yeah,
You know?
and even the competitors who do stream, that's pretty common in the melee community. Like I mentioned Leffen before, and Mango, who's a huge streamer. I'm not sure if you've heard of
I'm
him.
not super the
Um,
melee stuff. Here's my official take. Melee is gay until Ganondorf is viable. That
oh
was my
man,
fave back then. All right, so
so I
un,
thought you were a Marth guy.
until they, I only played Marth because Ganondorf couldn't be played. You can't play
So
Ganondorf.
dude, now is the time to get back into melee.
Pick
We
up the
have
game.
rollback netcode now. you know, like.
Yeah,
But anyway,
you think I'm gonna fucking forward tilt my way to victory? His giant fucking 2-second wind up kick. You
yeah,
think that was my
yeah,
favorite attack in the game back when I was a kid?
yeah. But
Yeah. Until then.
yeah, but so basically, all of them, even people who stream and play, a lot of the time, well, obviously not now because of the whole coronavirus situation, but a lot of the time, these people will forego streaming on the weekends because they're traveling to an event, and they're going to an event. Especially if you live far away, that's like a 4-day adventure right there. So you don't quite have the same like streaming metrics, even if you're a popular streamer, you know.
Hmm. I
But yeah.
so oh, man, there's so much that I want to talk about here.
Hmm.
Um, the no, guys, I don't mean the fucking up tilt. I don't mean like the fire kick. I mean the forward tilt where he like leans back. Shut up. Just play the game, okay? Jesus. Anyway, the God, there's so much that I want to talk about here. Holy shit. Okay, so I think one of the one of the um one of the things that I'm worried about most at the moment is that like, and it doesn't seem like this has happened yet. If like the media catches wind of this in the right
Hmm.
context, this is devastating to the legitimacy, not just of the Smash community, but of the very concept of gaming tournaments. And I worry if that might be good because it seems like these tournaments are a hotbed for abuse. You get all these people together, some of whom have immense social power, most of whom don't, and a lot of them are kids, and you have very little
Hmm.
oversight. Now, lately, because I haven't been to gaming tournaments, but I have been to Anime Expo. I've been many times. It's near my parents' house. You know, I'd
Hmm.
go very often. And Anime Expo is a hotbed of fucking jailbait hunting, or adult
Hmm.
losers will go there and find high school girls in cute cosplay and try to woo them,
Yeah,
and it
it's
it
really
it
gross.
happens all the time. And they've gotten better. There are safe spaces now. There are booths that you can go to if you feel that you're being harassed, and they'll send security
Hmm.
out for you. But it's still a very weird environment. And what do you think can be done to
I'm
address
glad
that?
I'm glad you asked because in my little Word document I have here, I kind of have what like the next steps have been, and what were like some plans of that the community has as a whole to help improve things. So I'm not sure I have the details 100% right on this, but I believe former TO and well-known member within the community, Emily Waves, has kind of worked together to crowdsource information and try to do a data-driven approach to kind of understanding where our vulnerabilities are as a community are, and kind of work from there. So they're getting a lot of looking at these cases, looking at what happened, and kind of analyzing that data. Um, so that's a big thing. Some things people have fielded, but no one's pulled the trigger on yet. Obviously, is one just 18 plus events to prevent, especially the most egregious like child predation stuff that's going on. Um, and then also, if that's not the case, then maybe making a parent show up with their kid,
Yeah.
and having parent supervision at these events. Because I remember, so I haven't been competing in Smash for very long. I was already 17 when I started, but
Mhm.
I was doing the whole like anime convention thing before then. Um, and yeah, it was just like unreal to me that like in retrospect that I was 14 going to like leaving my city to go to another city for
Yeah,
these
it's
events, but I
really
was like
weird.
14 or 15. It was like I'm kind of like, oh yeah, like my dad went with me the first time I believe, but I think even then he like kind of just was like, yeah, if you need anything, just like I'm around, just like call me or whatever.
Okay,
But
I want to apologize
um
to chat. I think the move I was referring to was in Brawl. It was in Brawl Forward. It wasn't in Melee. I'm very sorry,
okay.
and we're leaving this behind us.
Are you talking about the big one where he winds up and then drops his
No, not
heel?
the big fire volcano kick one. The one where
Yeah.
he like leans backwards almost at like a 90-degree angle and then kicks forward. I think that might be Brawl.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
my bad, chat. Hopefully chat
All
can
good.
forgive me. Yeah. Yeah, no,
But
it's really weird. So like I only started going to Anime Expo when I was adult. I started going when I was 18. It wasn't like my parents wouldn't let me go beforehand. I was just busy with other stuff before then.
mhm.
I didn't really get into anime until I was a little bit older. And but yeah, like seeing kids walk around this place, I mean, it can be such an incredible experience, you know? Like being young
Hmm.
and meeting your heroes. For me at
Oh my
Anime
gosh,
Expo, that'd
yeah.
be like the online artists that I whose work I appreciate. The people who
Hmm.
made Skullgirls, like that was really cool meeting them.
Oh
Alex,
yeah.
yeah. And the I forget her name, but the character designer. It was really really cool meeting them. And I know as a kid it would have meant even more because kids are stupid and they get excited about shit like that.
Yeah.
But then like it seems like the way it's like a predator's fucking like dream. Um I think the worst part of it is that other media figures, other people in the community, not viewers, but other like prominent people, people with
Hmm.
power, seem very willing to turn a blind eye to this stuff. It makes me feel very
Yeah.
weird. Sky Williams is a really apropos example because of all the shit that went down at his place, but he directly knew what was going on. I feel like a lot
Hmm.
of people though just don't want the drama. Like they'll just avert their eyes. It's like, oh, hey,
Yeah.
fucking Mike over there was chatting up those girls and he said he'd go and maybe give them
Hmm.
some ice cream. They look pretty young, like I don't know. But then you just
Yeah.
you wipe it from your mind, you don't think about it, and then like this shit piles up, you know?
No, I agree, and that's kind of one of the big themes among the more some prominent community members. I hate to plug Leffen again, but that's one of
No, no,
his
go
big
for it.
focuses is kind of focusing on in-group accountability. Because that's kind of probably if you're not going to listen to like the random people on Twitter, right? But like if you're friends with someone, you're probably more likely to listen to it. And I know that was a problem in my local scene when we had to ban someone um, for we call it sexual interference here in Canada.
Yeah.
Um,
Another fucking leaf?
yeah, that's me.
Every fucking person I bring on my stream infiltrating my community. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
fine.
but
Disappointing, but go
yeah.
on.
So hey, Canada's all right. But anyway, we it was a problem where a lot of the people in the community who were kind of more well respected and had more of the clout weren't willing to kind of call their friend out on the problem.
Because you
And
lose
I think that's
everything
a
if you do that.
excuse me, can you say that again?
Oh, because you can lose everything if you do that. If you
Uh-huh.
if you're trying to make your way up in the scene and you have a couple
Hmm.
of tenuous connections and you're like, fuck it, we're throwing out allegations.
Oh no.
That can be like it for you. Like you can be done. Um,
No, that's the thing. If like the kind of the popular clique in your community is the one who the predator is a part of, like one of the ways you get better playing games in general is like playing them with good people,
mhm,
even if they're not directly teaching you, right? Like you like get good through osmosis, right?
yeah.
But like if no one, you're heavily disincentivized from calling bad behavior out because like if no one wants to play with you, then you lost this big aspect of your life. And I know a friend of mine, especially, like there was a point in his life when Smash was like really all he had, and calling out bad behavior was just like not really an option. It's like a
Mhm.
fake option.
Yeah.
Like you can call out bad behavior and at the expense of like your own existence, but like
Well, yeah, if the Smash
can't expect
community
people to do that.
if the Smash community is all you have, the idea of throwing all of that away in the incredibly slim chances that whatever you say is going to get taken seriously, because for every one of these big Me Too waves we have right now, and this is a very recent phenomena right now,
Hmm.
this Me Too wave. If this was done, I guarantee you, if this happened 4 or 5 years ago, before the Me Too movement, something of this scale, the response would be massively different. We don't remember all the people who have thrown out allegations or who've made attempts, but things died in the water. A lot of
Hmm.
this comes down to the belief that the community is willing to listen. And I feel like this only happened in the Smash community because it's following up on what happened in Method just a little
Oh yeah,
while
with John.
earlier. Yeah, with Method Josh and with Hassan and with everyone from those communities, from Twitch and from
So
the Destiny and the Method groups.
yeah, so it's I think it's partially that, but we also kind of had so the first big conversation that I think started this whole thing is a couple people in the community post you're familiar with twitlongers, right? As like a
Yeah, yeah,
concept.
yeah. Oh, I've
Yeah,
been
so
reading plenty of Twitlongers over the past
yeah.
couple of weeks.
But put out a twitlonger essentially talking about misogyny in the community, which gamers hate women,
Mhm.
but um,
True. Very true. That is true.
yeah, yeah. But so it started with that, and around the same time, there was also a call for um, among prominent community members to unban someone who had been banned for what they felt like was an unreasonable amount of time. And then there was also the first kind of high-profile grooming and assault allegation against a kid, like right in quick succession. Like these things happened maybe over the course of like 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
Um, and because of that, that's kind of why the Smash thing exploded when it did. Obviously, the stuff that Destiny's been doing and the stuff that's been going on with the Me Too movement in the streaming community at large helped, though. Yeah.
The man, it feels like how are you familiar with the content of one Destiny Benebly the second?
Oh yes, no, no. I actually, so that's how I found your content. Is I've been a Destiny watcher for, I don't know, like couple years now, a few years.
I
I
knew
just
he'd be
remember
useful
seeing
for
you on
something.
some stream before you were making content.
Then you go way back. That's nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so Destiny's been doing this. It's sort of crassly being referred to as the rape review, where he goes over allegations. This was for the Method Josh, the Twitch, the Method community
Hmm.
stuff. He's been going over these allegations, talking about them, talking about like behaviors regarding consent and power dynamics. And I think it's been really interesting because the response to this has been very mixed.
Hmm.
I feel like a lot of the people in the gaming community, and I think this is largely a byproduct of the gaming community's age, its prevailing gender, and its general, as you said, misogyny, that they don't really understand what consent is, and what's more,
Oh
they
my gosh, yeah.
can't tell the difference between creepy and rapey behavior. They
Can
don't.
you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah. So I think that they can't so everyone has been creepy at some point in their life to some extent or another. That's just a part of fucking up. We are awkward, we push boundaries, and then later we cringe about it for 30 years of our lives.
Hmm.
And that's fine. I think that's perfectly normal and human and healthy. The issue is people are very insecure about those moments, especially when you're young. So when you see an allegation against a public figure who you already support, and this
Hmm.
allegation has a lot of stuff in it, but it involves stuff like kind of being pushy and flirtatious with somebody. I think people are very reflexive to defend the accused because doing so passively exonerates them of their own behavior. And they think,
Okay.
oh God, if people think this is like a real allegation, then I would also be one
Okay.
who is committing
Yeah.
something like this.
I can also see, like, obviously, so I think I'm kind of getting what you're saying. So
Uh-huh.
it's like the type of thing where, like, when everyone's been young, they've, like, obviously, like, yeah, they've been creepy before. Like, especially if you're like an awkward guy in the gaming community and you like haven't had that much experience interacting with women.
Mhm.
Like that behavior can
Oh, wait,
happen, but it's like
just a
the
quick
fact
thing.
that you can't
Wait,
draw
wait.
the line. Oh yeah,
One quick thing.
sorry.
You're scraping something against the mic. I
Oh,
don't know what
sorry.
it is, but it's picking up. Yeah.
Okay, is this better?
Yes.
Okay. I think it was my fan. It was blowing air into the microphone.
I don't.
It's like 34 degrees in my town right now. So, um, but 34 Celsius.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That
Enough
took
units,
me a
yeah.
second. Like, okay, trying to fucking chill yourself off somewhere. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
But where, yeah, people who when you're a kid, you don't understand that distinction, and you map that behavior onto your own because it's like, a little awkward and cringy, and you can relate to the awkward cringiness of like your favorite content creator or whatever, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
And
I
if
hadn't
you
really like
relate,
thought of it that way.
if you relate to the awkwardness, you go farther. Like, here's an example. A lot of these allegations
Hmm.
have been something along the lines of a person with power and prominence in the community uses that power and prominence to like coerce a woman or a girl into
Hmm.
sex. It's a really like common thing. So it'll be like a young, starry-eyed, fresh-faced girl in the community. It doesn't really matter the age. And the guy will be who's more settled in the community will be like, hey, wow, you have so much potential. You want to go to this
Hmm.
con? Haha, I've got like some extra money. We could get like 2 hotel rooms next to each other. oh, whoops, they only had one, but there are two beds,
Hmm.
don't worry. Like, and then it goes further and further. The issue is a lot of people, especially guys, have been kind of pushy and awkward with flirting before, but they can't tell the difference
Yeah.
because they're immature between being kind of pushy and flirty in an awkward developmental way and being pushy and flirty in a industry leader trying to groom a person into sex kind of way. A
Hmm.
lot of younger kids, I've noticed this because I have a lot of young people in my audience, get really defensive about attraction towards minors because they're attracted towards minors. So when people say it's fucked up to be attracted towards minors as an adult, they like reflexively go like, whoa, hold on, like younger people are, younger people can be cute, like what, there's, and
Yeah,
they get
yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah, I see all this really weird shit, and when you put all this together, the community gets really reflexively defensive with these allegations.
Hmm. No, for sure. Especially this is more of because the Melee community and the 64 community as well, even though they're not as active as they used to be. We're like generally a little older. Like I'm in my early 20s, and I'm considered like the youngest of the young in the Melee community, pretty much.
Hmm.
But the Ultimate community is particularly young. You know, you get especially because you get all these kids who like got a Switch for Christmas or whatever, and like they get Ultimate with their Switch, like they're entering the community as well.
Yeah.
And then you also have people because so I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but so basically the people who have played Melee have always played Melee pretty much, like since the dawn of time,
Yeah,
like
we
2001
can't go
on.
back. There's like the
Yeah,
crossing the Delaware, and one of them had like the
yeah.
GameCube stuffed under
Yeah,
their coat. Yeah.
exactly. Whereas, in contrast, the Brawl community, who's been around since 2008, 9-ish, has basically moved on to the new game every time there's a new game.
Competitive
So,
brawl, Pepe La. Yeah, Melee is the only
I
one that's had like a lasting. Like, why would you ever play 4 when you could move on to Ultimate?
yeah, hey, I got my start on in Brawl actually when I was like 13 or 12 or something. But anyway,
Brawl was when I
um,
started taking it seriously. I have
yeah,
fond memories of Brawl, but I would not play that game competitively. Holy
yeah.
shit.
But so basically, the people who started with Brawl moved on to Smash 4 when that came out, and then moved on to Ultimate with that. So you have people who were, I guess, around like 15 or 16 when Brawl was new, who are still in the community, and that's 12 years from now. So you have people who are kind of in their mid to late 20s who are in this community, combined with the younger generation of Ultimate and Smash 4 players who got their start when they were also like 15 or 16 in the same community, which I think is part of the problem. Obviously, you can't like blame kids for going to these tournaments and being groomed, but like I'm saying, that's kind of where the difference I think lies in the, because I'm not sure if you've noticed, but the majority I feel of the problems in the community have come from the Ultimate side, although there are some larger Melee related ones as well.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I got well, yeah, because there aren't going to be many kids in the Melee scene.
Mm-hmm.
Because they would have to they'd have to make a lot
They'd
of
have
concessions.
they'd have to be playing like when they're a literal fetus,
Right, right.
Like,
Also, nobody now can catch up. I don't like newcomers to the Melee scene.
hey,
Like that sounds
hey,
like an impossible.
Hey Vosh, what
Yeah.
if I told you that
Yeah.
it's easier to get into Melee now than it
Shut
ever has
yeah,
been?
yeah, Neko, get it. Yeah. No, listen, I'm too old. Melee's too fast. I can't do it. Do
Dude,
you?
you're not even older than the top players in the game.
Okay, listen. Spiritually, all right. They've kept the playing Melee your entire life is the neurotic
Okay, yeah,
equivalent
I get
of
what you're
freezing
saying.
your brain. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, no, I got you. I got you.
Man. Okay, so I think the two biggest obstacles to fixing this, as we've
Hmm.
said, are the obstinance of the player base and the fan base, and the unwillingness of the other content creators. I'm hoping, and I really sincerely hope that this is a turnaround. And from this point forward, for the most part, people will be comfortable enough allying
Hmm.
with accusers that it will be easier for us to get these allegations out there. We won't have to wait,
100%.
yeah, years and years and years for stuff to pile up.
Hmm.
Which would be
No,
ideal.
especially because like a lot of some of this stuff happened like early in in kind of like the Smash Renaissance. So it's like kind of crazy that some of this stuff has been just like tucked away for 4 or 5 years, and now people are like finally talking about it. I guess that's kind of the trend with a lot of these accusations in general, but it's kind of It's weird when it hits pretty close to home, you know?
Yeah, I would agree. Let me think. Closing thoughts. Let me think. Hold on here.
Oh yeah.
Um, do you a lot of people, I remember a lot of people saying this back when Me Too started. They said that if
Hmm.
more women and girls get involved in X industry or get involved in like the higher echelon of like a given structure, that it'll
Hmm.
be easier for accusers to come forward because the general public will be more receptive to their concerns. But as
Yeah.
time has gone on, I don't know if that's true. If anything, especially in the gaming community, I feel like a lot of girls are incentivized to distinguish themselves to not be like those other girls, and they're more willing to make capitulations because, you know,
Mm.
like it's that common line going around right now. Like I don't even want to be around women. I don't want to even hire women because I'm so scared they'll accuse me.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard that from some
Yeah, I've heard that
very intelligent
bullshit.
people. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
with room
so
temperature IQs.
right. So now I think a lot of girls know that in those communities they have to not be that person to get ahead. And I really do worry about the future of the gaming community in general because this
So
might only be the tip of the iceberg.
so I think this kind of relates to like kind of leftism as well. It's like the thing where we talk about how we want like we want no CEOs instead of like more lady CEOs or whatever. I
Yeah.
think kind of like the solution in general is to gain solidarity among just like the average this isn't like the solution, but one of the solutions is developing solidarity between the women in the community who are not necessarily at the tip top
Hmm.
of kind of the hierarchy of Smash or whatever you call it.
Hmm.
So we have something that we do, and obviously this hasn't happened because we haven't had tournaments because of the coronavirus. But um, we have something called Smash Sisters, which is like a special event essentially, not like a bracket, but as kind of regions will break up into different crews and they'll play against each other. That's only open to women and
Hmm.
women of and it's open to I think it's women and non-binary people too. So it's not just it's gender minorities. So I think stuff like that, if we can develop more initiatives like that, that kind of get so women can't be atomized, isolated, and preyed upon.
Yeah,
I think that
kind
would
of
be a
like a dual
huge thing.
power structure. Like you have a
Yeah.
separate institute or like a separate power structure that you can defer to in specific instances where that power structure is needed. That could end up going very badly in some cases. I think if done well, it could be very good. I just think like man, I don't know, dude. We've been doing this in like male dominated gaming communities for
Hmm.
ages. We've been doing this shit like the people posting signs on like deodorant and showering and anime and Magic the Gathering expos.
Yeah.
Like we've been I feel like we're always catching up with these people. The broader it does suck because gaming at this point is larger than Hollywood. It's like a
Hmm.
larger, more robust industry, but the reason it's robust isn't because of the people who go to tournaments. The reason it's
Yeah.
robust is because, you know, Joe Schmo Normie still has a Wii U in his basement that he used to play like Wii U sports with his grandkid, but you know,
Hmm.
during visitation. That's what's getting the community, you know, the or I guess the industry, the exposure and the money that it's currently enjoying. So what's left, the people who are committed to gaming as a lifestyle are seem to be like unfathomably socially incompetent as like
Oh my gosh.
as
Yes.
a demographic, and it's actually really sad because I've liked game because I would love to be able to go to a gaming tournament or a fucking hobby shop or a Magic the Gathering tournament and be able to go there and just enjoy the hobby without being surrounded by a bunch of inept Neanderthals who speak to women every time their mom calls to make sure they're
Yeah.
still doing laundry. I feel like if we can address this broader community issue, we will be so much better off
Hmm.
when it comes to all of this, these Me Too. Because if a person, listen, I'm hard stereotyping here. If a person doesn't shower before going to a con, they don't give a fuck if underage girls are being raped by their pro players. Okay, that's my hot take. Listen, I may be lumping a couple
True.
of people in there, but I'm standing
Yeah.
by that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, for sure. I think that's a good point. I like pretty much fully agree with that. Yeah, I have one more thing I wanted to
Yeah, no,
talk about
please,
you
yeah,
that's
yeah.
like tangentially related to. It's not related to Smash, but it was. I think you were talking to Papa Gut the other day.
Mm-hmm.
And there's kind of like some language that I wanted to kind of introduce to you that I think might be helpful. And it's so I read this really good book by this woman named Kate Mann called Down Girl, and it's about kind of how misogyny manifests in society.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of argues that it's less helpful to like call someone misogynistic or racist or whatever, and to say like you're doing a racism, you know,
But
or
maybe
you're
not
doing
phrased
a
like that.
misogyny,
Yeah, no,
you know.
I agree. It's something that I've been trying to work on. It's impossible to deductively prove that a person is or believes anything.
Hmm.
You can only ever sort of inductively reason it. And a lot of people, I think a lot of people, everyone thinks they're a good person. Very few people know they're racist. People who know
Oh
they're
yeah,
racist are usually like far, far right people who will advocate like for
yeah,
the morality of racism. But a lot of people who aren't that far gone still do racist shit. So
exactly.
it's you can't essentialize. You have to say like I
Yeah,
believe blank or
but
this contributes to racism.
yeah.
And you could do that too here. Maybe I can be a little less essentialist. Like it's not that all
Hmm.
these gamers are okay with like, little girls being raped by their tournament, stars. It's more like they haven't really developed the social acumen to understand how the behaviors here are really damaging and
Hmm.
detrimental, Even
No,
that's kind of
I think
patronizing. Yes.
yeah, no, I think it's a good book. She kind of talks about how like the way we talk about concepts like misogyny, they don't really like apply to anything, you know, like the idea that like misogynists are people who hate women. Like no one, like very few people actually like hate all women, you know,
Hey,
because they're women.
um,
Like very few people are actually like that. Like you wouldn't call like Elliot Rodger even probably doesn't fit that definition according to her. It's
no,
like,
he's
oh
the
yeah, this is
supreme gentleman. Yeah, he would.
yeah,
Yeah, he wants to
exactly.
protect women from their own bestial desires. Really quick,
Exactly.
before we head, it's funny you
Yeah.
mentioned that. Do you know the etymology behind the term misogynist?
So it's literally does it literally just mean hater of women?
But culturally, back
Oh no, I do not. I do not know where it comes from.
back when the term was used, obviously it wasn't misogynist back then. It was some godforsaken old English word, or it might even go back to the Greek. But that, or the Greek language. But everyone back then did not really think women were equal to men for the most part. That was a
Hmm.
pretty commonly held belief. So the term misogynist didn't refer to people who thought women were inferior, because that was pretty much everyone in some way or another. What misogynists were people whose feelings of disdain towards women were so severe that they were embarrassing in their
Oh
pernicious
wow.
hatred. So it's not so it what the misogyny originally referred to people who made men look bad by taking their hatred for women too far. And of
That's
course,
actually really
the
funny.
term has changed with time, but a really
Uh-huh.
interesting explanation for its
No, for
roots, you know.
sure. But thanks for the chat, Vosh. So I just have a few things that I like want to plug before we head out, I guess.
Please.
So donate to the Rain Fund, which is RAINN, which is kind of it's for like victims of abuse, particularly female, I believe, but not necessarily. And also you can follow me on Twitter at FaustSSBM. Mostly it's just like philosophy and Smash stuff. So if you're
Sweet.
interested in either of those,
Yeah, you've got it right there in the title, Faust SSBM. I think you've.
ah, beautiful. Thank you so much. But yeah, no, for sure. Anyway, I've always I've liked your streams, and I appreciate you as kind of a more lefty alternative to Destiny. But you know,
Yes, the Diet Coke.
well,
Yeah,
I was
I
gonna say like more the like the Coke to the Pepsi, but you know that
yeah,
works
yeah,
too.
yeah. No, I really appreciate you coming on. This is obviously an ongoing issue. I'll probably be talking
Mhm.
about this more in the future. I obviously, I agree with you. I share, I guess, a very strong desire to see this community not made fucking terrible. And
Uh-huh.
yeah,
Good.
I sort of as a obligatory send off the chat. Trans rights.
No, yeah, trans rights. Yeah. Anyway, have a good evening. I'll probably be in stream for a little bit, so have a good
Cool.
one.
You can enjoy my gameplay. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll enjoy it.
He hung up there right as he began to laugh. So it didn't sound like he was openly mocking me, but we know he was. All right. That was a good conversation right there. That's pretty good. Yeah, nice. There we go. How often do we have guests so pertinent, so well spoken? Please do a Melee stream? No. Maybe Trans Girl Lily. All right, folks. Whew! Baby! How we doing? This is totally unrelated, but I did a tweet while they were talking, and I saw this different hairstyles for Tatsumaki from One Punch Man, and I thought it was good. Look, it's cute. There you go. Look, it's Yorno. There, that's it. It's not a big deal. Don't pay too much attention to it. Let's get some Black Mesa going, huh? Yeah, Mandy's hair too, yeah. Mandy haircut. Dude, Mandy was a fucking cunt. Have you, when was the last time you guys actually saw so many old cartoons? So it's lagging because the game's loading. So many old cartoons are just misery. It's just suffering. Have you watched old cartoons? It's actually insane. So many old cartoons, like the punchline is just people suffering. 90% of SpongeBob episodes, the joke was just Squidward or Plankton suffering. In Ed, Edd n Eddy, every single episode was just relentless physical abuse. In Tom and, yeah, of course, Tom and Jerry, you know. In The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, the entire premise of the show is every character trying to make Grim suffer. So much, like, yeah, Courage the Cowardly Dog is just the main character suffer. Like, it's just so much. That's reductive, Vosh. There was nuance to the suffering. Oh, sorry, Mr. fucking Stoicism over there, okay? You live your ascetic life of peace in the midst of all this cartoon suffering, okay? Yes, Hey Arnold was pretty wholesome. I have not seen Mewtwo King's response to the allegations, but I know vaguely what they were about. You know what? You know what I actually think was the biggest missed opportunity for the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy? I wish they made Grim scarier. Because the joke is supposed to be that they make the Grim Reaper their slave, but the impact is lessened a little bit because he's just kind of like a dumb, like whiny Jamaican dude. But if he was like scary as fuck, I think that would have been way cooler, you know? Because then the contrast is funnier. Because he's terrifying, but he's still a slave to Billy and Mandy. It's a kid's show, though. You can get scary with kids' shows. You ever seen Courage the Cowardly Dog? That ran at the same time. It's a kid's show. Courage the Cowardly Dog was horrifying. Also, does anyone else think it's a little bit weird that Grim in The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy had a Jamaican accent, but he didn't look like Baron von Samedi? Samedi? Does anyone else think that's a little weird? Who? Oh, do you guys not? Baron von Samedi is one of the Loa of the, of Vudan. It's essentially like the death incarnate for like Somdi. It's like death incarnate for like the like voodoo shit, you know? He wears a suit and a top hat and he has like a painted skeleton. You know? What are you saying? Well, he's Jamaican. And he usually in media has it's like a super, yeah, because bro, it's just an accent. The association of a Jamaican accent with death is a very specific cultural relationship. It's just interesting that they went that direction, but then they gave him the standard like cartoon death look instead of like the voodoo death look. kind of like Dr. Facilier from Princess and the Frogs. Yeah, because he was inspired off Samdi. Yeah, that's kind of like the gist. Samdi's like a huckster salesman type who wears like a suit, usually a lot of jewelry, a big top hat, deals in dark magic, that kind of thing. What are you high on? This is lit. I'm not making any of this up. What are you Wait, people in chat are like, what are you high on? Like, this is a thing. This is a cultural thing. What do you mean? It's a kid's... They did this in World of Warcraft, too. What was the name of that character? This was in the expansion I didn't play, but I saw the animation. What was it? Come on, the Loa. Juan Samdi. Yeah. Because the trolls are all about the voodoo in World of Warcraft. See if we can not get copyright striked. Hell yeah.
Well, this is a surprise. You're looking pretty good, Your Majesty. So, why have you come to see me?
That kind of shit right there, except this guy's like a big muscular troll. But the basic cultural influences are very similar. Yeah, I've always thought, personally, for me, I'm a big fan of the old, oh, you think that's cool? This dude's cool as shit.
I see. You want to make a deal with me? Go on.
To recover will elevate you above all lower.
Yes, so you get your kingdom back, all very nice. But soon you'll tire of old Juan Samdi. You go back to the living lower, the one who bring the rain, makes the crops grow, not wither and die. No.
Super cool dude. Actually, I liked Buon Samdi so much that when I in my D&D campaign, I based Orcus off of him. Because I thought it was super cool. The Lord of the Prince of Undeath, the human warlock, who became the Prince of Undeath by being super evil. Thought that's cool. Personally, in my humble opinion, I've always thought wheeling and dealing is like a really cool cultural trait that's associated with death. You know, you remember that old Russian? Was it a Russian film? You know that old movie? It was the movie of that knight from the Crusades who washes up on a shore and death comes to him and tells him it's time to die. And the guy's like, well, hold on, can I play you for a game of chess? And a Swedish movie, yeah. Hold on, can I play you for a game of chess? You know, can I try to buy back my life? And death plays with him. The Seventh Seal, yeah. Yeah, this is a really common cultural thing. The devil went down to Georgia. Yeah, exactly. We phrase like death or like the devil as being this huckster, this gambler who you can make deals with. Hades from Hercules. They did that. Didn't a lot of this originate with Hades from Hercules? No. Hades from Hercules borrowed his tropes from old tropes about the devil. You remember Cuphead? In Cuphead, death gambles for the souls of the people. That was based on the representation of the devil back in the old era cartoons, the Fleischer era cartoons, where the devil was a huckster, where he'd try to bargain with you. In fact, this used to be like a really old kind of racist trope. There are many pieces of media that do this, but basically the trope will be, like, this would happen all the time. The trope would be like, a man, usually a white man, would be wandering through like the Louisiana swamps, you know? Just trying to get home. Usually, I remember it being a Confederate soldier. And they meet a black man. They meet a black man sitting on an old, like, upturned soapbox, playing with a deck of cards, you know, at a crossroads. Yeah. And they talk and they come to a friendly wager. And as the games play through and as hands are traded and deals are made, it becomes increasingly clear that the black man is the devil, trying to play for the soul of the person who found him at the crossroads. No, this trope is literally centuries old, though it takes different forms in different, in different cultures. But I've always been a really big fan of that because, you know, that's what we do. Let me see. Grimm was originally supposed to be voiced by Jonathan Harris and given a British accent, but Greg Eagles was hired instead. Also, Eagles originally intended to give Grimm a Swedish accent, but his attempts sounded more Jamaican than Swedish. The writers then just decided to let Grimm have a Jamaican accent and said, that was supposed to be Swedish? I am the Grim Reaper. That was Swedish for him? That was his attempt? That was his best effort? Some voice actor. Oh, man. Well, you know. Should I give Faust a blue name? Sure. Bjork. I'm the Grim Reaper. I'll deal for your soul. That'd be a very different show, I think. Right? You can be racist against Swedish people. Anyway, I've always been a really, really big fan of that trope, because that's kind of what you do with death, right? You bargain for more time. That's millennia old trope right there. You know, it's time to die, but you don't want to, so you challenge the devil or death, depending on the culture, you know, to a game, and if you win, you get to keep your life for a little while longer, and if you lose, then you get put in a worse place. Yeah, it's literally like one of those older than tropes trope. This trope probably existed like in oral storytelling before we even developed writing. But yeah, it's just cool, you know. Anyway, I liked it a lot. So Orcus in my campaign, I say with a Jamaican accent. At least I try to. I'm not a good voice actor, but there have been at this point probably like over 100 named characters in the D&D campaign that I'm doing, so if I want to distinguish these people vocally, I eventually have to start doing accents, because it's not possible for me to do that many different inflections on a West Coast Californian accent, you know? Over 108? Yeah, of course. It's been going on for 2 years now. Yeah. Loki's daughter bargains for the life of one of the Aesir gods. It's at least as old as the Vikings. Yeah. It's just very old. I like it, you know? How the fuck do you do names? What do you mean? You make a name for a character. It's the "you're not perfect" moment from Courage. Listen, I'm just telling you, okay? If they could put that in Courage the Cowardly Dog, they can do a lot of wacky stuff. They can do a lot of wacky stuff in the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Do you guys remember that old show that used to be paired with the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy? The one with Scar? That guy with the scar, and then he has this giant bear with a brain in a vat? And it used to be they would run next to each other. Evil Con Carne, yeah. But then eventually it got split, and Grim Adventures became way more popular. Remember? Really weird stuff. Really weird. Yeah, Evil Con Carne. Thoughts on Samurai Jack? Samurai Jack's great. What do you think about the canceled Chomsky attempt? I'll talk about that, but probably not this stream. It's a pretty simple response. Didn't Scar end up being Billy's neighbor? Yeah. They eventually incorporated the shows, because on its own, Evil Con Carne didn't do that well, so they just rolled the characters into the universe of the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Why are you so knowledgeable on cartoons? I don't know. I like them. What do you mean? Anyway, yeah, there we go. Have we had our fun just talking about random shit? Dude, I like this character so fucking much.
Not wither and die. No. I need more than just your word.
If you do this for me, I will bind my bloodline to you.
All who succeed you will keep this bargain to serve me in life and in death. Forever.
It's good shit. I like it. The voices in the World of Warcraft cutscenes are consistently really great. They do a really good job getting those voice actors out. Did I see the dumb Kalinsky takes? You mean any Kalinsky take? Haha! No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't know what you were talking about. Wait, there was one other I had in mind. Hold on. What is he bargaining for there? Seems not worth. This guy's the king of the... Rastakan's the king of the trolls, of this type of troll or whatever, and his land is getting invaded. So he essentially commits him and his entire family to eternal service to the Loa of Death in exchange for its power. And then he becomes a boss later. So, you know, there you go. Yeah, it's, you know, what are you going to do, folks? What is the... Did somebody shout you out? Why the fuck is your channel getting so many views today? What do you mean? Oh, nearly 500,000 views today? Nah, I just have a giant cock. Just a massive fucking dick that's constantly spurting pre-cum everywhere. Just two fat ripe balls that are constantly throbbing. You know, no big deal. What was that one thing? What was the Tomb of Sargeras? Cinematic, that's what they call them. The, dude, the shit they do with the voices is so fucking good. Just listen to the bass, dude. Okay? So hold on. So at first we have the voice of fucking, what's his name? Velan? No. God, it's been so long. The high priest. Velan, yeah.
Among them, the monster who hunted my people across the stars.
So that's like some super cool bass, you know? And then this guy talks.
The day I took the fell fire into my veins, I saw my destiny.
And that's super cool. But then Sargeras talks.
Our crusade will prevail.
The rule in World of Warcraft is the deeper your voice is, the more powerful you are. I think I internalized that when I was a kid, you know? Alright, we're gonna stop here because I'm probably already copyright striked. What are you linking to me? Is this the QAnon guy? Last month, AOC worked with K-pop agents via the app TikTok to sabotage the president's rally. K-pop is foreign propaganda. Why was AOC conspiring with Koreans such as Jungkook and BTS to undermine our president? TikTok is Chinese-owned. Kim Jong-un knew. What the fuck is going on? It's okay, he's getting ratioed. Listen, don't worry about it, alright? Listen. Big-time socialists. Don't worry about it. I think this might be a troll. Let's go, baby! Alright, we put off playing video games for long enough in this video game stream. Sorry, guys. Make sure to express your discontent with my scheduling by donating and being mean to me.
Wait! What? What is it? Anyone else think this was a bit too easy?
Why would you say that?
Something's not right.
Why would you ever say that?
Gordon, you don't mind taking a look, do you? We'll stay here for a moment.
What? Why would you ever say that? Okay. There we go. Ooh. This is a very bad start. Ah! Okay. Alright. Okay. He ducked. Alright, wait, what weapons do I even have? Because we haven't gotten all of our weapons back. Oh, right, we have this! But I should save this ammo, right? This is supposed to be like some big dick super gun, right? I don't have grenades. Oh, I got the revolver. I need to know what it does. Okay, it's like... Wait, it leaves like shit in the air. What the fuck? Okay, wait, I got this. Hoi! Woo! How does he do it? Fuck, I thought they'd move. No, I'm gonna die! Okay, we got it, we got it. We're gonna do it. Fuck. Ah, whoa! Chill! Fuck, I missed. I'm dead. We got this. We got this. Whew. Woo-hoo. How does he do? How does he? No human has ever moved at these speeds before. The accuracy, the strength, the quick scope. It's time. It's not time. It's not time. It wasn't time. No, stop! God damn it. I need to save the explosion for there. Nope. No, I just saved! God damn it, I meant to load. Fuck you. Gimme. Oh, he just dropped that time. Okay. Where'd he go? Stop! Okay, new plan. We snipe. Oh, the scientist is like yelling from the other side. That's a really cute touch. What's going on in there, dude? Chill. What? Fuck you. Now do they come out of the door? Fuck! Oh, I had it. It's gonna fall. We got this, guys. Ow! These fuckers use grenades so aggressively. So crazy. There we go. We got the fucking roof man. Got the fucking clock tower shooter. Fuck you. Whew. Yeah, Calibashaw, I fucking love media analysis. I just never get to talk about it because you losers only care about politics.
Look what you did! I can't believe what you did!
Hey, fuck off.
My God, it's hell out there.
I can't believe you killed these people. Huh. Why I never.
If you somehow survive long enough to make it across the base, you'll find the labs where the rest of the science team is taken.
You guys might not want to be underneath these giant open windows that have already been breached.
But I can inform those of us who remain in the Lambda complex that you are coming.
I think he's just amazed, not opposed to what he did. Yeah, maybe. Can you cover more media stuff? I mean, I can. But all I really did was talk about, like, my D&D campaign character. I didn't exactly hit you guys with any hard-hitting media analysis this time around. Was there a charger back there? Fuck.
Gordon, maybe you...
Yeah, I figured that happened. My base is under siege by the American military. Let me witness a firefight and then immediately step outside. Oh, fuck. People here. Chill? Jesus. Honestly.
Warning. Vital signs critical.
Why do the army dudes spend more time killing scientists than aliens? It's an interesting question. I wonder why. Glad this game does environmental storytelling. Loser. Oh, we should do donations. Lest I get complacent. We should do donations. Hold on, folks. Hold on, folks. Harbor Social Practice, the American Failure, Bluebird, Mythology twice over. Thank you so goddamn much to the gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that and your ongoing effort to make sure to keep our community non-white. Broop with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Alex Stam with the $5 Maybe Duke with the tier 1 sub. Very true. And a greedy boy with the $5. Maybe I will. Brodyman Hennessy with the $2. Happy to hear that, comrade. Thank you so goddamn much. Rory Island with the $2. True. Osu, thank you for the gifted tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that, comrade. Sorry to hear that you've died, but I'm glad that even in the afterlife, you are perfectly capable of donating to me. Soon, James Nicholas. Blackjack with the $2. What even is a woke skull? A thing too terrible to even be described, comrade. Sydney Speaks, Treasure, and Pony McTaint with the tier 1 subs, respectively. Thank you so goddamn much. Sydney Speaks, parents having complete control over the children is absolutely disgusting. Treasure, happy to have you here in site chat. And can you describe the moral differences between a capitalist's wage theft and taxation from government? Thank you for all you do. Love you, man. Yeah, 100%. A capitalist extorts the surplus value from a laborer's production for the benefit of themselves or whatever institutions they invest in for personal wealth, whereas a government taxes to provide services back to the proletariat, you know, ostensibly. There are plenty of criticism that can be levied fairly against taxes as well, but at the very least, taxes serve a necessary social purpose. You know? Ostensibly, yeah, of course. What, did Kyle say something? Kyle. Here's a hot take for everyone. I think the First Amendment should be expanded to the workplace. In the same way the government can't jail you for speech, your boss shouldn't be able to fire you for speech. This is actually the socialist position because in a democratic workplace, you have no boss. First of all, a democratic workplace can still have elected managers who function as bosses. There are just no owners. Second of all, are you fucking kidding me? You shouldn't be able to fire a person for their political opinions? So if you have a coworker who says they believe rape should be legal and women should be chattel, you shouldn't be able to fire them for that as long as it doesn't extend into... Well, the government also can't jail you for being creepy. That's not a jailable offense. Should you not be able to be fired for being creepy to your fellow coworkers? This is an insane fucking position. Corporations and states are not the same thing. This is ludicrous. This is an unfathomably stupid. This is your brain on like freedom of speech absolutism so hard that every fucking neuron just melts into an electric puddle at the base of your skull basin. Holy shit. Like, why would any left-leaning person ever want this? Why would any left-leaning person ever want this? Why would any, like, you know what would make the world better right now? What if you couldn't be fired for the political opinions you hold? Who gets fired for the political opinions you hold? Yeah, every once in a while it's because a person's a socialist or whatever. 98% of the time it's because the person's a frothing fucking neo-Nazi. Do we really want this? Why are corporations different from states in this instance? I'm genuinely confused. Because there's a difference between being fired and being jailed. There are differences between those things. Because corporations are private entities that are not representative of the public interest, and for that reason, they should be able to hire whoever they want. I can't believe I'm being put in this position, but yes, private corporations should have the right to hire whoever they want. As long as they're not being biased or discriminatory and, like, racially or what have you. Being fired can literally lead... Deep Pico, shut the fuck up. You know nothing. And you know less than nothing in this specific instance. This is... God, this is such a bad fucking take. Are there people in chat who are defending Kyle Kalinski's position right now? Do you people seriously fucking are you fucking kidding me? So are you saying if you create a startup business and then you realize you're working with a neo-Nazi, you shouldn't be able to fire them? Are you fucking kidding me? Is this actually a joke? Why should a private corporation be forced to keep people they don't want to fire? I mean, that they do want to fire. Do you seriously want Nazi professors not being able to be fired from private universities? Do you seriously want people who are openly misogynistic being HR managers? Do you realize what it means to be able to fire a person for a political opinion? This is like the basis of every single like decision we can make about the character of a person who we hire. Does it apply only to Nazis? Dude! People aren't getting fired out here. Oh my god. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. There are people in chat who are defending this. Dude, like, what if, like, they just, what if we do this and then people won't get fired for being socialist? Dude, nobody's getting fired for being a socialist anymore. This isn't the 1950s. Now, obviously, if a person gets fired for being a socialist, that's bad. But I would absolutely be in favor. What about companies trying to fire people for trying to unionize? Well, that's not a political opinion. That's a different thing. It's already illegal to fire people for trying to unionize. If you want to fire people, you can fire people. Is there any speech you'd say it's not okay to fire somebody for? No! Freedom of speech protects you against the government. If corporations want to fire you because they don't like the way you pronounce a certain word, then that's their fucking prerogative, unless you can prove that there was like a racial or a gender bias or something like that. This isn't... Being a Nazi would surely be against the discrimination terms in most workplaces, only if you do something, not if you believe something. Wouldn't basing on pronunciation be ableist? No, God, holy fuck. This is another example of people being so institutionally biased, so biased against institutions, I should say, that they will support dumb fuck, impossible laws, like impossibly stupid position. Like this would break the foundation of how our country functions. If private institutions can't decide who to hire and who to fire based on their political opinions, we would have no ability whatsoever to control people. You realize this takes power away from the hands of the public, right? Cancel culture, at least in terms of getting people fired for their horrible opinions, is literally the mechanism by which the progressive left has been trying to purify some of these industries for decades. By openly and publicly protesting them, we have the ability to turn public opinion against these groups. Now, these corporations wouldn't even have the ability to fire people for the political opinions we would be protesting them against. You want to have you see a racist in a university, you can protest all you want. The university is legally not allowed to fire them for their opinions. Sorry, bitch. Oh, a corporation, a fucking hiring manager at a big video game corporation is openly fucking anti-Semitic? Sorry, that's a political opinion. We can't protest that anymore because they have no legal right to fire. Not only do they not want to, they legally can't. Political opinion can mean anything. You realize there's a reason why political opinion isn't a protected class in this country, right? It's impossibly vague, impossible to define, and it also constitutes character flaws. Should you not be able to fire people for anything, any opinion? Like, what if they think they should be able to rape all the women in their office? Now, they don't actually do it, and they don't threaten it, but they think they should be allowed to. Is that a workplace environment you think would be fine and fair and decent and respectable to the people in that office who feel threatened by that individual? This is insane. This isn't pro-free speech. This doesn't bolster free speech. All this does is prevent people from facing consequences for their free speech. This doesn't make society more free. This doesn't bolster the expression of individual ideas. All this does is ensure and institutionally validate the opinions of people who are already in power, who would have otherwise been able to be ousted as the line of social progression changes. I cannot believe how short-sighted and how fucking myopic some of you people are. It is insane to me how stupid some of you people are. You could ever possibly fathom that this would be an acceptable way to move our society forward. It is insane to me. Take your stupid, blind anti-corporatism, blind pro-free speech positions somewhere else, because I would rather not live in a society where your myopic, unintrospective, dumbfuck principles fucking pile drive decency in this country into a fucking ravine because you're too stupid to fathom the consequences of these policies. Or you can go look at a fucking century and a half of jurisprudence from the United States Supreme Court, okay? Feel free. Do some fucking research. It's not my job to educate you, and I don't have the spoons to deal with your microaggressions right now, okay? I'm done. Is Stefan Molyneux really banned off Twitter? Did they really get Stefan Molyneux? Holy shit, they actually got Stefan Molyneux. Wait, hold on. Let me do the crab emoji. I don't know Kyle at all. Is it possible he was being facetious? No. It is not possible that Kyle Kalinske was being facetious. That is not something Kyle Kalinske does. Okay, I'm sorry. I got a little bit worked up there. I need you guys to understand that everyone is wrong but me. That's what I need you to understand. No, I need you to understand that blind anti-corporatism. Listen, whenever a person said here, okay, listen. Here, I'm kidding. Whenever a person operates off of principle alone, never trust them. When a person calls themselves a free speech absolutist, that means they don't care about the outcomes of their opinions or behavior. They only care about adhering to their principles. But principles are slippery and dangerous things. There is no principle that, if taken too far, would not result in damage to our society. Have you ever read the short story written by Kurt Vonnegut? I believe it was Kurt Vonnegut. The short story, what was it called? I forget its name, but the principle was, it was a society has pursued egalitarianism to its furthest possible point. Harrison Bergeron. Yeah. Harrison Bergeron. Wonderful story. If you're born strong, weights are strapped to your shoulders. If you're born short, you're given flat heels. If you're born charismatic, you're given gum to chew. If you're born handsome, a scar is cut across your face. Everything in society is designed to maximize the egalitarian virtues upon which that society was founded, such to the extent that exceptional people are stifled beneath a cavalcade of social obligations. People who do not conform are shamed. Now, that book, Pure Equality, that book was written as a way of making fun of conservatives who believe that's what progressives want. Kurt Vonnegut was a pretty left-leaning dude, you know. So he wrote this like, oh, this is what you think we want, and he makes this thing. It's also seen in The Sirens of Titan, where when Malachi Constant returns to Earth after his time spent abroad on, was it Venus, Mercury? When he returns back, everyone in like a third of the population of the human race has joined with a religious organization that demands everyone self-limit so that everyone is essentially held to the same level of physical and cognitive capability. Yes, Winston Niles Rumford's Church of God the Utterly Indifferent. The God doesn't give a fuck about you, and so long as you are alive, nobody should be able to take advantage of anyone else. So the intelligent are constantly made to listen to music, loud static that pierces their brain, makes it harder for them to think. The attractive chew gum or wear unflattering clothing. The point that I'm getting at here is that even the principles that I hold dear, like egalitarianism, are, if you take them to some weirdly hyperbolic, absurdist place, destructive. Mediation is always necessary. We are all enlightened centrists in this respect. And I have never heard a stupider implementation of free speech absolutism than the idea that the First Amendment, the amendment to the Constitution of the United States of America, a document which exclusively refers to the limitations on the power of the government, could then be made to prevent private organizations from determining whether or not they want to hire or fire people based on their political opinions. That is insane to me. All right, we're back. I'm so sorry. We have video. Wait, weren't we doing donations? Yum yum. I'm so sorry. I know all these arguments. I How much do I stand to gain if I openly go for Kyle Kalinske? Versus how much do I stand to lose? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Let's read some more donos. Colin Genske, I have. Since I X with the Reddit link, dating for unattractive men are the worst. Yeah, it's pretty rough out there for men dating. Swag Kage, holy shit. Guys, that's the actual Swag Kage, by the way, the huge Naruto YouTuber. I checked. I have confirmed. I've checked my sources. Hello. Sky Williams anamorphed into Jeffrey Epstein during this debate. True. God, I always got a weird feeling. Ever since Sky Williams defended JonTron after JonTron ousted himself as a white nationalist, I had a bad feeling about him. Seems like somebody who will overlook any character flaw. I'll tell you this, if you'll overlook a person being like a Nazi, you'll overlook a person being a pedophile, okay? Cutie Bloom, thank you so much for the 10 Canadian dollars. Yes, Nier Automata's OST fucking slaps. Osu and Renegade, thank you so goddamn much for the tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Osu and likewise the gifted tier 1 sub. Heartbroken Lamb, thank you with the $4. I'm very sorry to hear about your father, comrade. Casper Christensen, look up Maku Zoku Sphinx, good monster girl. Only because I like Sphinx monster girls, okay? Wait, there are lots of drawings here. Was there some specific thing you were... Are we talking about the redhead? I'm not that into the redhead, personally. Not my art style. Breaded Hussar, yes, I have. Project Zaron, thank you for the $5. Yes, that is true. Big Red with the tier 1 sub, thank you. Xerox the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much, comrade. I'm glad to hear you approve of my handling of the Smash stuff. Debate Kyle? Guys, Kyle has literally declined to debate me directly in the past. TJ Kirk's tried to set up a debate between us. Listen, we're not going to debate Kyle, okay? We're going to make a series of videos subsequently attacking him on every bad position that he has until there's enough public pressure that he has to debate me. That's what we do, okay? We have to build. We have to build it. And I have to say, and I do have to say, by the way, I have a tremendous amount of respect for all the good Kyle Kalinske has done to the left, for the left. But you know who else has done a lot of good for the left? Destiny. Destiny has moved a ton of people away from the alt-right. A lot of people. And we don't have a problem criticizing him, do we? So in the interest of fairness, I am very comfortable challenging him. Destiny is way worse than Kyle? I'm going to be honest. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Kyle Kalinske is larger than Destiny, and he's more ideologically driven, which means he's done more good for the left. But when it comes to, like, the honesty, consistency of your ideas, Destiny is better than most people. Way, way better than most people online, regardless of their ideological disposition, and that's important. Consistency and honesty is, well, it's the backbone of being able to criticize people. Christopher, I love you, comrade. Thanks for the $2. Big Red, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. J-Lord with the 10 Australian, thank you so goddamn much. Yeah, Bernie is, well, Bernie might be a socialist internally, but his campaign was a social democrat campaign for the most part. Margaret Diaz, really glad that you enjoy my channel, comrade. Thank you so much for the $5. True, just pigeon stuff. And that's true, Red Eye Sam. Many artists have been anti-capitalist throughout history. Oh, I saw this on Twitter. That was a funny fucking meme. Thank you, Shill for Science. Spoony Duder with the $5. Original Billy and Mandy, please watch Very Bizarre.
I'm great! I've never felt better!
Mandy, what happened to your head?
It's okay! I just got tree panned!
That was a white supremacist
Tree
dog whistle
what?
right there.
Tree panned! Let me explain. It all started beds. Zach
Fuck is
and
this?
are actually
that
We
a
don't
gun?
have to worry about that anymore. Due to a flaw in evolution, people's skulls are actually too confining for their brains.
Oh.
This causes great reduction in the brain's potential. To relieve this pressure, a small hole can be drilled into the skull.
Wow, nifty. Can I try? You know, I do feel different. Kind of lightheaded. I feel great. Goodbye, kids.
Well,
And kids, don't forget to have Mom and Dad help you with electrical appliances.
all right. Yeah, true. What year was this produced? I don't fucking know. Yeah, this feels like a creepypasta. All right, we have more donations to get to, of course, but we also have a video game to get to. And wait a second. Do I still have Warhammer open? Oh. Well, okay. Well, now we know. Let's just, fix this one real quick. There we go. All right. That was a little... I can't... well... We're back. Let's, bring you all back to the present moment. There we go. Don't worry, folks. Soon I'll get 2 computers, and then we'll be able to do a Warhammer stream. You have Skype installed? Yeah, unfortunately, there are a couple people I talk to who use it. I don't accept Oh, it feels so much smoother. Oh, God. I know I'm only broadcasting this at 60 FPS, but... Bosch, Chomsky disagrees with you? No, he does not. Chomsky does not call for the First Amendment to apply to fucking corporations in that open document, okay? I saw that Chomsky letter. I promise you, he does not say, and the First Amendment of the United States should be extended to corporations. Sorry, not trying to be contentious, I just... Whoa! Yeah, Zan, TJ Kirk is super cool. No! Just kill me. I gotta deal with you. Oh, there's 2. Did I hear about Bolsonaro having COVID? Yeah. Hasn't Chomsky defended Nazis' free speech in the past? It seems consistent. I defend the free speech of Nazis. And never on this channel, ever, have I suggested that Nazis should be arrested or imprisoned for exercising their First Amendment rights. Never have I suggested this. Yeah, Xanderhall, people care about you, man. Okay. Oh, that actually doesn't have a drop arc. Nice. Look, I feel like my position really just isn't that controversial, you know? I just... The government should not be able to arrest or imprison people for the things they say, unless they're, like, directly calling for violence or it's some, like, harassment thing. Like obviously, you know, there are already limitations on that. I'm a big fan of the, First Amendment rights we have in this country, and I have been openly critical of other anti-free speech laws in other countries, even when they affect my political opponents. For example, in my debate with Count Dankula, I said that I strongly disagreed with the law that got him a fine for his little Nazi pug bullshit. However unfunny it may have been. Even Sean agreed with that. Even Sean, and Sean's, you know, more SJWS than I am. The issue here isn't a matter of freedom of speech, it's a matter of freedom of consequence. That's the issue. There are people who want not only legal impunity for what they say, but also to persecute and to prosecute people who dare to criticize things that they say, or for the things that they say. They want to be able to be openly and outwardly bigoted, and not only to not be arrested for it, but to not be fired for it or criticized publicly. That's why we go on and on and on about cancel culture. And what are we talking about when we say cancel culture? Who is facing cancel culture right now? J.K. Rowling comes out with a literal manifesto on transphobia, and a couple of people who have worked with J.K. Rowling say that they don't like it and that they're distancing themselves from her. Is that not their right? Should they be forced to continue to associate with a person who expresses views they find odious? Is that cancel culture? J.K. Rowling, incredibly influential media figure and billionaire, being lightly criticized by coworkers for the position she holds? Is that the threshold we set now? No. This war against quote-unquote cancel culture, as it's known, is very, very simply an opportunity for reactionaries to turn public opinion against the critiques of reactionaries. It's that simple. Sorry, getting a little tangential there. As somebody who's complained about cancel culture myself in the past, my problem wasn't with the idea of people lambasting those with bad political opinions. My problem was with the idea that they were not bad political opinions that were being lambasted. Hold on. The issue is that these ideas will outlive us, so if being a socialist or being pro-LGBT ever becomes looked down upon like Nazism is, then we can be fired for political opinion. Yeah, the difference... oh my god, okay. The difference is, if we ever reach such a point where things like socialism or progressivism are things that people would feel willing to fire others for, it wouldn't matter. They would just revoke those legal protections. When reactionaries and fascists take government, they don't respect the same laws that we respected in times prior. We've already lost at that point. At that point, it doesn't matter anymore. Like right now, if we made it so that nobody can be fired for their political opinion, like great, you know? But then if the fascists take power, if the reactionaries take power, they're not going to go like, oh, shoot, I was going to kick out all those socialists, but I can't because of this law. They would just take away the law. I hate to say it, folks, but it may seem unprincipled, but this is the ultimate principle of politics: power. The only thing we can do in the face of such overwhelming odds is to take advantage of every slim possible marginal advantage we can get, in the hopes that we do so severely and so aggressively and so effectively that they never even get a chance to seize power again. And they do the exact same to us. That's all we can do. To do otherwise, to implement rules in the hopes that they will obey those rules, is to rely on a failed liberal notion of civility that does not apply to the behavior of reactionaries. Sorry, that guy scared the fuck out of me. I don't accept that. Come on, you fuck. Come on, you fuck. Come on, you fuck. Come on, you fuck. That sounds kind of postmodernist? No, it's the opposite. It's very modernist. It's real politic. All politics is the acquisition of power. And as it stands, laws which are meant to defer equal judgment to people regardless of their positions are laws that only we will respect in times of civility. They will not. We cannot refrain from using these positions of power now in the hopes that they will refrain in the future, because they will not refrain in the future. They will not withhold. They will not obey those same rules and restrictions. So to restrict ourselves now in this moment, in the hopes that they'll do so in the future, we're just conceding power to them for no reason. Oh. I thought you just, like, burst through. I went flying. What laws could leftists introduce in order to fight fascists? I mean, right now the existence of protected classes fights fascists. The fact that corporations can't fire people for being black or whatever, that helps us. If they get into power, they'll remove those laws. They're already looking to do it. Trump literally is fighting against LGBTQ medical protections. He's literally undoing the laws that were put in place to ensure civil discourse between people of different political groups. They're going to continue to do the exact same thing if they become more powerful. Keep seeing this and thinking this is like the alien isolation saliva trail, you know? If conservatives exist in the Paleolithic era, what they call it an ape no state. Sake Tanuki, when I read that donation and saw that was a stupid pun, I fucking knew it was you. I didn't read the name first. But thank you so much for being a consistent voice in these trying times. I love you, buddy. This room is fucked. Bosch has gone full lib? What the fuck? What is liberal about? Wait, you guys are the liberals. Oh, we should institute more policies to alleviate discrimination by political opinion because when the fascists are in power, they'll be nice. That's the liberal opinion. It's a deference to liberal civility politics, which I don't buy. Civility politics is something that is used against us, but never for us. The very scant times we can use it in our favor are times we should savor. Holy shit. Conservatives have been using civility politics to shit on socialists and hippies and everyone who's criticized the American military-industrial context for a literal fucking century. And then we turn around and we use civility politics to say that, hey, maybe multi-billion-dollar worth authors shouldn't write manifestos of bigotry, and everyone does a fucking backflip and starts screaming about cancel culture, okay? I will use whatever tools are at my disposal to achieve the greatest possible level of political power, as long as they don't compromise core values of mine, like the belief that the government shouldn't prosecute people for the things that they say unless, you know, threatened personally. I know fascists won't respect laws for discourse, but aren't we supposed to be better than fascists? We are respecting the laws for discourse. I'm not suggesting we break any laws for discourse. I'm suggesting we don't implement laws for discourse that make things easier for them for literally no reason. I missed that. How are you on? Oh my god, there are so many. What? Oh my god. Wait, do you think that in a post-revolutionary society it'd be a good idea to not allow for the freedom of speech of right-wingers? No. The government or the state or whatever public institutions which have power should never, ever, again, unless threats of violence, whatever, bring violence against people for the things that they say. Oh, man. Yeah, Divergence. I'll take a look. If fascists are never able to get work under our system, will they still be entitled to the same basic welfare in order to survive? Yes. If there are people... That's how we have it today. If people are so stupid and odious and socially incompetent that they can't find work, yeah, they still deserve to survive. Yeah, 100%. And I think that fascists are entitled to a great deal of social welfare, same as anyone else who doesn't have a job. Yes, when you say freedom of speech, you're referring to a state. Wait, what is this? How do you reconcile your we shouldn't be afraid to do what we can to suppress fascists because they do the same stance with your it's wrong for us to use state power to limit the speech of fascist stance? Because I think that you should be able to do whatever you need to do socially in order to stop fascism, but I don't think implementing the state to bring charges against people with different political opinions is a good or just idea. Do you really not see the difference between social opposition to fascism and removing freedom of speech for fascists? Like, this is very, like, yeah, I've always advocated for this. Watch the hundreds of videos I've put on my channel. You will not find a single video of me suggesting that we should remove the free speech rights for fascists. Because I don't believe that, and I never will believe that. But socially, communally, yes, I believe we should do virtually everything in our power, as long as it's moral, to oppose the spread of fascism because it represents an existential threat to our society. I just hate it when cancel culture is about blood and not a genuine desire for accountability. Yeah, listen to what conservatives claim about. Do you think the people who are canceling J.K. Rowling are looking for blood, or do you think they're just upset that a childhood hero of theirs is just doing, like, open bigotry for seemingly no reason other than because she's bored? There are people who are just looking for blood with regards to cancel culture. I would know. I've been the victim of plenty of cancel culture attempts. But usually when conservatives complain about cancel culture, they're just complaining about people being held accountable for their ideas. You think cancel culture has gone too far? I think transphobia has gone too far. That's my hot take. I think it's pretty fucked up that giant media figures can write fucking manifestos on bigotry, and then we get to have a giant fucking planet-wide debate on whether or not trans men aren't just lost, confused dykes, and whether or not trans women aren't just confused gay boys. I think that's pretty fucked up. So when that unbelievable drop takes place, pardon me for not being super concerned when people step out onto Twitter and express their anger and frustration with the person who does this. Yeah, Coop, the difference is I don't think there's anything wrong with using some means to suppress fascist speech, but I do think it's wrong to use the government because I believe in First Amendment rights. I think these are fundamentally different things. Okay, are we doing the fucking Chomsky thing right now? I'm getting tired of people mentioning this. We're doing it right now. Where is it? Link it. Link it. It's like 5 minutes. Just link it. Why do you think suppressing their speech using state violence is why we should draw the line? Coop, there are so many, I don't know, like, just, I have no idea. Look within yourself and ask yourself what differences you can think there are between jailing people for their speech and socially opposing certain speech. I don't know. Like, I feel like this is a very foundational distinction. But you're in favor of firing fascists before we have a social safety net that would allow them to survive? There is welfare in this country. You know that, right? Also, yes, absolutely. There are like some wackos in chat today. Holy shit. Also, even if we didn't have welfare, I still think that it's unethical to force private organizations to continue to hold people for their political opinions, to not be able to fire people for their political opinions. Like, would you really say that? Like, what if we had an employee who groped another employee in the elevator, and we're like, well, we're gonna fire you because you just groped a woman, and you're like, well, hold on, is groping really worse than death? You would really fire this person and consign them to starvation with that? Like, come on, dude. It's not the responsibility of the business to ensure the welfare of people they fire. It's not. I think people are just being contrarian for no reason today. Yeah, dude, I don't fucking know. I feel like people are just trying to like farm like cringe bait. All right, let's do it, folks. Let's do it. Here we go. Harper's Magazine, a letter on justice and open debate. This was put out today, and a bunch of people are talking about it on Twitter. Many hot takes have been shared. Here I am about to add my own. Maybe it'll be hot, maybe it won't be. Our cultural institutions are facing a moment of trial. Powerful protests for racial and social justice are leading to overdue demands for police reform, along with wider calls for greater equality and inclusion across our society, not least in higher education, journalism, philanthropy, and the arts. But this needed reckoning has also intensified a new set of moral attitudes and political commitments that tend to weaken our norms of open debate and toleration of differences in favor of ideological conformity. So I'm going to take this step by step, okay? So first of all, let's take this sentence by sentence. Our cultural institutions are facing a moment of trial. True. Powerful protests. Equality. True, that is true. But this needed reckoning has also intensified a new set of moral attitudes and political commitments that tend to weaken our norms for open debate and toleration of differences in favor of ideological conformity. Yes, in times of great social strife, in times of discord, people tend to be much more strict on ideological purity because it's much more important to draw lines in the sand. That is generally how it works. That happened in the American Revolution. Hey, folks, before 1776 or whenever the fuck the actual fighting started, you could wiffle waffle on the whole, loyalist patriot thing, okay? After that, you could not wiffle waffle. Eventually, the lines are drawn. People have to, move into one camp or another. That just is how it is. And usually discourse does tend to suffer as a product of that. That is definitely true. As we applaud the first development, we also raise our voices against the second. This is an important sentence that we're going to be coming back to. So essentially, we're very happy that we're getting all this social progress, but we're not happy about this weakening of the norms of open debate. Okay, fine. I've made complaints about cancel culture before. In fact, if you go to this wonderful YouTube channel, youtube.com/Vosh, or however it goes, and you search in my videos, I actually did 4 videos on my problems with the left, which, God, I was so small back then that nowadays the total view count that each of these videos has is about the same number of views I get 2 hours after I release a video today. So I guess nobody's seen these videos, but yeah. Wow. It's come a long way. I have criticized some of these intellectual tendencies as well myself. So, the forces of illiberalism are gaining strength throughout the world and have a powerful ally in Donald Trump, who represents a real threat to democracy. But But resistance must not be allowed to hearken into its own brand of dogma or coercion, which right-wing demagogues are already exploiting. I'll get back to that one. The democratic inclusion we want can be achieved only if we speak out against the intolerant climate that is set in on all sides. So I disagree with the framing. I disagree strongly with the framing that this challenge to the norms of fair debate is coming in from both sides in any comparable degree. I will say this. Over the past decade or so, the left has probably gotten more tight-fisted. No, this was not by Chomsky. It's an open letter. The left has probably gotten a little bit more tight-fisted and ideologically pure. The right was never interested in open debate. The history of this country has been one of progressives fighting against the illiberalism of the conservatives in this country. There are no conservatives who participate fairly in open debate, because if they did, they would not be conservatives. That is how it works. That is how it has always worked. This myth that there are people who are reaching out from both sides to debate, and this is being pushed in from both sides as well, is not true. It is not. Conservatives are not interested in fair and open discourse. They are not interested in discussing these ideas, and they are and always have been the greatest impediments to fair, open, and reasonable debate in this country. And this is why I take issue with this. The idea that right-wing demagogues are exploiting this, we'll just say this cancel culture-esque attitude. I take great issue with this. Conservatives have been bitching that they are being censored and socially stamped on for all of history. This is not something contingent, contingent upon the presence of lefties looking to cancel. For as long as there have been conservatives in this country, there have been people screeching that everything that they know and love, American culture, white happiness, Western society, are being trampled by the likes of, in often case, student protesters. I firmly reject this idea that the behavior of people on the left allows the right to exploit the culture and the climate. They would be feeling persecuted no matter what. The free exchange of information and ideas, the lifeblood of a liberal society, is daily becoming more constricted. I'm not sure what we mean by that. The free exchange of information and ideas is becoming more constricted. In what sense? Like, Donald Trump has openly challenged, like, First Amendment rights many times over the course of his presidency. But what are we talking about here? Like, what, people are being mean on Twitter? What do we mean? Right now, we live in an era of unprecedented open speech on the internet. You could argue about a decade ago was maybe a little more open because website TOS policy was a lot more lax back then. But apart from that, I mean, yeah, like, for the most part, like, discourse is very, discourse, it's not a matter of discourse being free. It's that discourse isn't controlled or principled. Everyone's saying everything. I can go online and in seconds find a Holocaust denier or an anarchist. And, you know, great, sure, fantastic. These opinions are out there. The issue is that this discourse is not taking place in an honest or constructive manner. But I don't know what this means exactly. While we have come to expect this on the radical right, censoriousness is also spreading more widely in our culture. An intolerance of opposing views, a vogue for public shaming and ostracism, and the tendency to dissolve complex policy issues in a blinding moral certainty. This is true to an extent, and I appreciate the fact that they clarify that this is something the right has always done, but I would like specific examples, because I don't like the idea of people just using this as a blind condemnation of what they call cancel culture. And we will get to that, because one of the people who signed this open letter which began with a commitment to the principles of racial and social justice, was, I shit you not, J.K. Rowling. So, I wonder, speaking of right-wing demagogues exploiting left-leaning behavior, we uphold the value of robust and even caustic counterspeech from all quarters. But it is now all too common to hear calls for swift and severe retribution in response to perceived transgressions of speech and thought. What is that? What does this mean? I can't help but feel like this is tied in pretty deeply with Rowling, because that's the most, like, public sort of, you know, that's one of the most, like, public free speech cancel culture things happening over the past couple of months. But what severe retribution? J.K. Rowling is an obscenely powerful person. J.K. Rowling is unfathomably powerful. Her cultural influence is difficult to overstate. She is very, very powerful. So for us to, I don't know, I mean, this doesn't necessarily have to be about J.K., but the way this is being framed, it's very difficult for me to understand the context behind, like, this alleged, severe retribution. More troubling still, institutional leaders, in a spirit of panicked damage control, are delivering hasty and disproportionate punishments instead of considered reforms. What does this mean? Editors are fired for running controversial pieces. I would need examples for this. If an editor works for an organization and the organization doesn't like the backlash it gets after the release of a piece, they have a right to fire that person. I would need to know. This is so vague. Books are withdrawn for alleged inauthenticity. What is this referring to? Alleged inauthenticity? Wait, if a book is inauthentic, you mean like it's libelous? Like there was a lawsuit against it? I don't know what that means. Journalists are barred from writing on certain topics. Okay, but journalists have been barred from writing on certain topics for centuries. And it's not because of cancel culture. It's because the billion-dollar corporations that finance these journalists don't want certain topics being looked into. This isn't a cancel culture thing. This is corporate media thing. But this has nothing to do with corporate media. I don't know. Professors are investigated for quoting works of literature in class. Is this in reference to that Jordan Peterson thing? That literal one instance of that professor quoting Jordan Peterson, and then there was some public backlash, but that's it, and that's all that happened? This is very snowflakey. I don't think these examples, if they're referring to what I'm thinking they're referring to, I don't think these examples are indicative of a massive cultural backlash against free and open and civil discourse. I think that we live in heightened times, and in the myriad of, we have media figures who are essentially fascists who get a massive amount of public attention. Jordan Peterson, I would feel comfortable saying that Jordan Peterson is, if not a fascist, at the very least a chauvinist Western traditionalist. And these people get an unfathomable amount of attention. The world is being eclipsed by the visions of far-right agents. And the abstraction of these incidents is, it makes me feel like we're doing the thing now. We're doing the thing where conservatives will be like, oh yeah, Trump may be anti-free speech with all of his presidential decrees against First Amendment rights, but have you looked at college campuses lately? Pretty anti-free speech when that one college in Iowa did a protest against a professor. That's kind of the feeling that I'm getting from this. Now, I could be wrong, but the article is so vague that I don't know. Now, of course, it can't be super specific because they don't want to dedicate 3,000 words to every specific instance they're referring to. But do you guys agree with me? I'm trying to be fair or considerate here. I feel the way this is being phrased leaves it open to some very weird sort of cultural predilections. And the heads of organizations are ousted for what are sometimes clumsy mistakes. This is not something new. This has always been the case. Whatever the arguments around each particular incident, the result has been to steadily narrow the boundaries of what can be said without the threat of reprisal. Is this true? I don't think this is true. I feel like people in power can say, like, fucking whatever for the most part. I mean, and if that's not the case, then in what ways are the range of acceptable speech being tightened? Is acceptable speech being tightened not a good thing when we're becoming more progressive? 100 years ago, you as a business person could be like, yes, I'd love to give you money, but I can't give you loan because you're a Negro and you're dumb because you're black. Sorry. And that would be like acceptable discourse back then, for a variety of reasons. Now, you can't do that today. Is that not a good thing? Is that not perhaps a better, have we not made a positive change? I would argue that in some instances, limiting the range of acceptable discourse is actually a good thing. Because, frankly, I don't want to live in a society, and I hope you guys would agree with me on this, I don't want to live in a society where every time a person with incredible social power comes out as an open bigot, we all have to wring our hands and treat it like some sort of reasonable debate. Like if JonTron came out in that debate with Destiny to talk about all those white nationalist talking points, and instead of everyone doing what they did, which was say, holy shit, JonTron, what the fuck, they were all like, well, we should consider the extent to which Hispanics entering the gene pool would damage American society. Like, is that really what we want? We can debate these ideas if you want, but social condemnation for bigotry is, and as far as I'm concerned, generally a good thing. We are already paying the price in greater risk aversion amongst writers, artists, and journalists who fear for their livelihoods if they depart from the consensus or even lack sufficient zeal and agreement. You know who gets canceled and threatened with reprisal harder than anyone who criticizes Black Lives Matter? Any woman who ever posted anything about the problems in gaming culture during Gamergate. Holy fuck. That is the truest shit I've ever said in my life. I guess I'm just not seeing this that much. Maybe people are being a little more careful with their language, but I don't know if that's representative of some horrible threat to our discourse. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of those writers during the Gamergate days were literally blacklisted because like the companies didn't want to take on the writings of people who were like toxins to the gaming community. That's true, but how does that relate to this? The point that I'm getting at is that this letter, this open letter, is basically like an argument that the left has gone too far with cancel culture. It dresses it up with fancier language, but that's essentially what's being said. And I take issue with the framing here. I take issue with the idea that these are necessarily representative of a bad direction our society has taken. I take issue with the idea that this is a severe problem, that this is something even worth wringing our hands over. And I take issue with the idea that this is behavior which is in any way specific to left-leaning people. I know that in this letter they say that this is something that's always been expected in right-leaning circles, but again, I don't know. The framing of this, it feels like a caveat, you know, like, oh, I'll acknowledge the right does this as well, but now let's talk about cancel culture. It's just a little weird. The stifling atmosphere will ultimately harm the most vital causes of our time. The restriction of debate, whether by a repressive government or an intolerant society, this shit right here is what I mean. Holy fuck. The difference between a repressive government jailing people for saying certain things and a society being intolerant of certain ideas is night and day. It is night and day. To lump these two together is to put people who suffer cancel culture in the same ideological category as people who are jailed by like the Chinese government or by like Bolsonaro's government. Like the equivocacy here is ridiculous. Invariably hurts those who lack power and makes everyone less capable of democratic participation. The way to defeat bad ideas is by exposure, argument, and persuasion, not by trying to silence them or wish them away. I don't know, nobody's talking about wishing them away. Nobody's talking about silencing either. Listen to how dishonest the language of this letter is. What do we mean by silence? What about challenging? How much of this has to do with silencing and how much of it has to do with challenging these ideas? These things are so different. It's incredible to me. Also, the way to defeat bad ideas is exposure, argument, and persuasion? No, idiot. The way to defeat ideas is power. You seize control of institutions, you do everything within your legal and moral right to destroy the ability for them to disseminate their ideas. You excise them from society, you make intolerant their perspectives, and then you obfuscate any granules of truth they're able to get out. I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. I'm really, 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 really sorry. Remember how socialism was a dirty word in America for a century and still is? Did the American government do that by exposing, arguing with, and persuading people? Really, let's really think about this for a hot second, okay? How did that work out? Let's talk, speaking of repressive governments, okay? Let's talk about, when they decided, when the government was, our society was anti-gay, I guess they did it by arguing with gay people, exposing society to pro-gay arguments, and then persuading people that being gay was bad. No, it's about fucking power, you stupid liberal dipshits. Now, the degree to which you feel morally comfortable exercising power over others with regards to limiting the range of free discourse is an entirely different conversation. But when you frame this discourse from the perspective of, well, this is such a Jordan Peters, the free marketplace of ideas is actually the most effective way to destroy it. No, it fucking isn't. I'm sorry, how did Nazi Germany obliterate like fucking 98% of acceptable civil discourse within their country? Oh, yeah, the SS would go to your house. Hello? Do we have any Jews in here? We are hosting a public debate to determine the worthwhileness of your humanity. You can come here at 4 p.m. or later at 6 p.m. We're having runoff round. What the fuck are you talking about? That wasn't a great German accent, but yeah. Was sind die Juden? Like, no, that's not how it works. It's not how power works. Okay? Oh, and for the record, too, the positions that I take issue with, the fascism, the reactionary politics, what have you, these positions are also not achieved through exposure, argument, and persuasion. All these fucking dumbfuck Sargon of Akkad fans or Stefan Molyneux fans, these people didn't get into what they did because they engaged with the discourse online and saw ideas battle against each other. They got into it because they watched a couple of SJW Wrecked compilations when they were 12 and ended up getting groomed by people deliberately trying to pull, like, young men into, like, a far-right, like, political scheme. It wasn't a product of them engaging with the marketplace of ideas. It was just a form of exploitation. God, this is such... Noam Chomsky, why did you read this? I know Noam Chomsky is a huge fucking pro-free speech Deuterino, and I respect that, but this is just patently wrong. This is aggressively liberal. You need to give an example of a good idea making it through via power in order for this argument to work? Yeah, abolitionism. We wanted to get rid of slavery. They didn't. We marched in. We slaughtered them. We burnt them to the ground. We built them back up. And now people who claim that they're pro-slavery aren't even well, at least they used to be before the advent of fucking YouTube, aren't even treated with, like, the time of day. We don't entertain discourse on whether or not it's okay to enslave blacks anymore. And when people do say they think it's okay to enslave blacks, in most parts of this country, they are not given jobs, they are not taken seriously, they are not respected. Now, there are, in some parts of this country, people who entertain these ideas. But yeah, power is what wins arguments. Now, anyway. We refuse any false choice between justice and freedom. Again, I do not think freedom means freedom from criticism, which cannot exist without the other. As writers, we need a culture that leaves us room for experimentation, risk-taking, and even mistakes. Again, when writers get quote-unquote canceled, they don't do it because they take a risk and fuck up. They usually do it because they say something unfathomably stupid or bigoted and then quadruple down on it in Twitter, okay? I've seen a lot of journalists, like, fucking nosedive. It's usually not somebody, like, doing an edgy, evocative hit piece that ends up getting interpreted wrong. It's usually somebody with a really stupid idea, like going on Twitter and arguing about it for the next 6 months of their life until, like, they're associated with nothing other than the bad take they fucking died on a hill defending. We need to preserve the possibility of good faith disagreement without dire professional consequences. We already have that. If we won't defend the very thing on which our work depends, we shouldn't expect the public or the state to defend it for us. I don't know what this means. You already defend the thing on which your work depends. I don't know exactly what you mean. This is, dumb. Do you think people like Rowling are subtly using the letter to exercise their power to obfuscate the meaning of free speech? No, they're not doing it subtly. Obviously. Look through the list of people who signed off on it. Oh, here's Steven Pinker. Hello, my old friend. The people who are on this list, a lot of them are right-leaning people, even though this letter is supposed to take place from the perspective and language of a left-leaning person. Why do you think they do that? They do that because these people benefit from obfuscating the medium of freedom of speech. Listen to all the obfuscation taking place here. So they conflate. So what are we talking about? We're talking about criticizing media figures for their takes. But then we're talking about how this is anti-freedom. And then we talk about how we're not allowing people the room to grow from their messages. And we're talking about how we're trying to silence them or wish them away. And we're talking about how this is like a repressive government silencing speech. There are like 4 or 5 different like associative forms of political disenfranchisement that are all being rolled down into what is essentially cancel culture. But this is what conservatives do. We might as well have seen a list of fucking right-wing comedians signing off on this. Well, I can't call people in my audience the N-word anymore. The cancel culture's gone too far. We might as well have seen that because all this is a hack rush job designed to lend credibility to the idea that people who criticize bigots in power are opposed to freedom of speech. This is a form of silencing. What else could this be interpreted as? While this document may itself speak up against silencing, its unwillingness to commit to any specific examples or any specific positions, while obfuscating the meaning of freedom of speech, goes a long way towards empowering far-right positions when it comes to the civil rights people are endowed with and the moral justification of criticizing those who oppose bigotry. This is a very bad letter. And I am disappointed that Noam Chomsky signed off on it. Chomsky has always been pretty much like a crazy fucking pro-free speech deuterino. The main reason for that being is that he is a leftist who lived through the Red Scare. He had lived through the McCarthy era times. He's old as fuck, which means that he is always going to be really free speech because he believes that free speech in its totality and every conceivable form of protection against consequence is something that bolsters the left. I don't think Chomsky probably doesn't know how to run a fucking bathtub. Like but Chomsky probably has like a wooden bucket in his house that he has like a handmaid pour water over his hair with. I love him. I do love him. Seriously, Chomsky's work is is pivotal to me. But Chomsky is not currently plugged into is not currently plugged into the online culture war. He's not. He is not. When Chomsky signed this letter, I don't think he was thinking, how does he do his voice? Yes. Now, Stefan Molyneux can get his channel back because YouTube banning Stefan Molyneux's channel was a violation of his First Amendment rights. I think Noam Chomsky is very dedicated in the abstract to the ideas of freedom and free expression. And that's a wonderful thing. But the language of this letter in the context of modern political discourse, I think, bolsters some very, very irresponsible positions. And that's my opinion. Now, I will say this one more time. If you love freedom of speech, step one is keeping far-right people from getting into power, okay? Because all the pro-free speech principle in the world doesn't mean shit as soon as fascists get into power, using that freedom of speech and then tear it away from all the rest of us. So with that being said, always, always, always recognize that the perfect execution of freedom of speech is always one which will take into account the fact that certain forms of speech are actually damaging to our ability to maintain those social goals. And while I don't say the government should arrest or imprison any of these people for the things they say, I have never advocated for that. The idea that social condemnation is in any way equivalent to the repression of a totalitarian government is fucking ridiculous. And that's all I've got to say. What is this? Anyone on the left now pretending to have moral and intellectual superiority to Noam Chomsky is hilarious. I love that he signed that letter. If you think Chomsky should shut up because he doesn't agree with you, I love how stupid you are and you missed the whole point. Well, Cenk, I'm not sure who you're referring to exactly, but the wonderful thing is I'm actually capable of criticizing things I don't like without attempting to shut up or silence the people I disagree with. How wonderful. This is a perfect example of the reactionary defense against counterculture that I was just referring to. Because as I just demonstrated, I'm actually perfectly capable of criticizing something without trying to bury the people who disagree with me. So there you go. There, that was a little demonstration for you guys. You like that part? See, I navigate. It all paid off in the end with that tweet. You know how it is. What do you think about the argument that in cancel culture isn't a thing? There's no like we are in cancel culture. People actively dig up the flawed past of public figures that have otherwise progressed. Yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah, it's super fucked up. Everyone has a dicey past. Well, almost everyone. Yeah, we can criticize that. But we can write an article where we criticize that behavior without talking about the shit that article went off on. Have you been staying hydrated? Not really, no. I'm pretty thirsty right now. I wonder if Chomsky even like read it. He just saw like a pro-free speech thing and he was like, okay. And he said, he signed it off. You know how it is. You know how it be, baby. Shoe Head available right now? Shoe Head messaged me about Stefan Molyneux. Wonder if I could talk to Shu. She was wacky. She was a wacky gal. Can you discern lefties and right wingers who critique cancel culture? How can you tell? Yes, here's the difference. When right wingers talk about cancel culture, they talk about the idea of people being criticized or held accountable for their opinions. When lefties talk about cancel culture, we talk about people being bombarded, dogpiled, abused for their opinions, or alternatively, stuff like the digging up tweets from 2 years ago to dogpile people. We talk about behavior that is bad. The right complains about the very concept of being criticized for their behavior. Okay, we have to do more donations. It's so warm in here. Holy shit, I wish I could rub like an ice cube all over my face. I shouldn't, though. That'd make me look really weird and glistening. All right, hold on, folks. Felix with the 14 Australian dollars. Thank you. I don't think Destiny doesn't understand socialism. I just don't think he believes in democracy. Alex the Joker, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you for giving me your Chapo Patreon money. Maybe I'll do more shit on Chapo sometime in the near future. Paraffin, thanks to the tier 2 sub. I forgive you for being Australian. Jack O'Neill with the $3. True. Tuffy Wuffy with the very kind tier 4 sub. Hey, how do you feel about not disarming the workers? Are you strapped? What you got? How often do you practice? Haven't practiced in ages, but yeah, I'm strapped. I mean, not when I go out shopping, but yeah, I own plenty of guns. I'm, under no pretense, you know how it is. I'm very pro Second Amendment rights. SLG, I'm down with both those games, comrade. Soviet Ball, I have no opinion on that specifically. Thank you for the $5. Doomsday Starfish, the $10. Gotten several of my friends to start watching your videos. Fuck yeah, comrade. I really hope they enjoy them, and if not, I hope it doesn't ruin your friendship. Malcontender, Imperial General, and Alan Hannigan with a very kind $5. Thank you so goddamn much, comrade. Alan Hannigan and Malcontender, I think you've been given sort of the free speech context there. Doesn't Kyle also think you can't have anti-harassment rules / bans on websites because you can't draw a clear line between joking and harassment / bullying? Does Kyle Kalinske actually think you shouldn't be allowed to have a TOS against harassment? I don't know because he already has so many dumb positions. Like, he actually believes that? I'm gonna kill myself, dude. Kyle is going to leave the left in 6 months, and after that, he's going to do videos about how, like, raping people on fucking... If you rape a coworker, but it's not on company time or on company property, then you shouldn't be fired for it, because there's no reason why the corporation should give a shit about what you do outside the workplace. I guarantee you, give me 6 months. Doesn't Destiny think that? No, Destiny doesn't think that. I think he joked about that once. Ah, yes, committing a crime is the same thing as having a bad political take. You truly have won the argument. You realize harassment, you can sue people for harassment, right? Wait, is that a joke? You realize harassment is something that you can sue for. Oh, so that's the distinction? Unlawful versus criminal behavior? Like, unlawful behavior can be fine, but if it's criminal? Jesus Christ, you people. Cackley, I'm really sorry about that, comrade. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Wyatt Baxter with the $5. What's the difference between discrimination based on religion, discrimination based on political views? If the political views are, like, intrinsic to the religion but don't really have anything to do with, like, anything else, then it would be discrimination based on religion and not otherwise. It's a blurry line. I mean, there's a blurry line between everything. Like, what's the difference between discriminating against someone based on their race and based on their political opinion? What if there's a black guy and you fire them for being black, and you say on their pink slip you fire them for being black? Well, that's probably bad. What if you fire them for liking rap? Well, technically, that's not a race thing. Plenty of white people like rap, What if you have a black guy who you fire because he's pro-BLM? Well, that is a political opinion, but now we're getting, I don't know, there's always a blurry line. All these discussions require nuance. Some people just don't like nuance or aren't capable of understanding it. No problem, Joe Clem15. Thank you, Wyatt Baxter. Oh yeah, I just did that one. Whoops. Witty name. Email that to me. Yeah, Chaos. They got Mr. Medicare off Twitter as well. Yoink. Mikhail Guberchov with a very kind tier 1 sub. Happy to hear you enjoy the content, comrade. Katie and Sheila with a very kind $20. My friend wants me to talk to her turf sister because she can't find someone who won't shut her out in anger. Apparently, she studies neuroscience and has a following on Twitter. I'm nervous to talk to her. Any tips? Yeah, neuroscience is literally fucking nothing to do with trans issues, so you should be fine and dandy. Just stay away from the blue brain, pink brain shit. You should be okay. Okay, wait, we took way too long doing everything. Come on. How did you hear that? Kyle's talked to Destiny a few times. Has Kyle Kalinske talked to Destiny? When the fuck did that happen? You chill. You chill. Last year? I don't remember that. Dude, this makes the game so much easier. The fucking crossbow, it's crazy. Oh my god! Just do it. Just do it. We need to get back in the zone, guys. We need to get back in the zone, okay? Ooh, you dodged that one. Destiny and Kyle talked about trade. Protectionism. That grenade really sounded like it landed to your right. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Blowing him up. Woo! Are you scared of getting COVID? Yeah, for sure. Why don't leave the house, baby? What's your opinion on people keeping their ex-partner's pictures after the relationship ends? I assume you mean nude pictures. I think it's good form to ask. I know that's kind of a cringy thing to ask, but if you want to keep them, you should probably ask. Hold on one second. I gotta use the restroom. Let me get back at it, folks. Very specific. It's a thing that happens. Dude, if you've been in a relationship with for a long time and you're about to break up, but you've got some sick-ass videos of them fitting, like, an entire, like, fucking water bottle up their asshole, like, that's some rare shit, okay? If you don't want to delete that, I think it's fine to ask, you know? Social context, you know, varying. Oh, more. Wait, god damn it. Sorry, I forgot to actually pee. You know how it is. I just stood there, you know, in front of the toilet. I forgot what came after that part. All right, we're back at it. Whew. Let's go! Fortitude. I have not yet seen your dono, but there's still plenty for me to go over. You joking, right? I don't know, Gad. Do I have a tendency to joke? Holy shit, guys, we're finally up. We're, like, actually finally up. Holy fuck, look. It's actually, like, really pretty. Oh, no. How did that not... Wasting precious ammo here. What? There must have been a barrel behind me. Are you looking forward to the... Oh, you're kidding me. Really? Oh, that's what I get. For... Let's go. What's a good rebuttal to people who deny the party switch and say Democrats are the real racists? Well, those two things aren't necessarily related. Democrats are racist. Fuck them. But with regards to the party switch, here's a hot question. Why was it Democrats who seceded and formed the Confederacy, but Republicans are the ones who all wear Confederate flags in their Ford pickup trucks today? And Republican senators and Congress people are the ones who will defend the Confederate flag, and it's Republicans who will talk about heritage, not hate, and so on and so forth. That's pretty much all you need right there. Live! It does say a lot about our society. Let the iron sights make it harder. Molyneux has an alt? Oh, it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is giving them less social power. What's your position on professors having tenure? I don't really know. There's a lot of complicated arguments on that one. I could be moved either way. Why is the crossbow using weak shit blow darts when the original had motherfucking red hot rebar? Wait. It had red hot rebar in Half-Life 2. Did Half-Life 1 have a red hot rebar crossbow? Live posting, was he not already mask off? Well, yeah, then... Mask was like half off? The thing is, Stefan Molyneux is so fucking crazy that I have a feeling that he might actually believe he's not a Nazi, you know? I think he might actually think he's just some kind of, like, truth-telling soothsayer, you know what I mean? So, like, I feel like if I could, like, get inside Stefan Molyneux's head and actually talk to him about all the dumb shit he believes, he actually would believe that he's just, like, some sort of libertarian provocateur. I I do believe he's crazy enough to not even know what he believes. Am I looking forward to medical advances and surgeries for trans men, aka making their penises bigger and more like AMAPs, PPs? I mean, I don't know if I'm like looking forward to it. It doesn't affect me, but I mean, it'd be wonderful if it could happen, right? Trans men get overlooked so much, even in medical like stuff. Trans women get way more focus placed on their transitioning surgeries than trans men do. Unfortunate.
Blood loss detected.
Wait, chill.
Power 15%.
That is the same with cis men. Whoa! Are you saying trans women and cis men are the same? Ooh. You should really re-examine some of your priors, buddy. Okay, I don't have any long-range weapons anymore. Hey!
Find some cover! Frag going out!
Blood loss detected.
I don't think any of those bullets are going through. Do you think Biden will win in a landslide? I believe he will. Which way, Western man? God damn it. I can barely see him. Jesus. Oh, have I seen the new J-Reg video? Oh, dude, the new J-Reg video was so funny. I actually really enjoyed it. Wait, can I watch it with you guys? Will you? Can we chill? Will you chill? Can we chill? Hold on. Okay, listen up. I've been critical of J-Reg in the past for a variety of reasons. I don't, none of it is like a personal condemnation of J-Reg or anything, but I feel like, yeah, Live Post, yeah. This is like an actual salient point. He made like a coherent argument in a video, even though it was framed through satire. Also, if you've seen my debate with Stryker and Allsup, I'm positive he did too. I am positive that he saw that debate because I have no other explanation for how fucking apropos this is. Look at this. I am a black nationalist.
I'm a black nationalist now. I have always been so supportive of the rights of black people. When the slave trade first started, I was one of the first people to say no. Not in my country. And look where we are now. So many problems because of the slave trade, right? In my opinion, one of the greatest evils of all time, and a great example of how capitalism sells out culture. I've been looking at the race riots, the protests, for a while now, and I've just got to say that there seems to be no real solution here. I think any black person could see that they're just hopelessly oppressed by those racist police and state.
Seriously, if you've seen the debate I did with Allsup and Stryker, they were like, the black community would rather stand with us than with you, you liberal. How racist of you to force black Americans to cohabitate in a society which treats them, as you say, in an institutionally discriminatory way. This is it. It's perfect. He's speaking to me.
And I've got to say, you know, maybe what's best is us whites, we just pick up and we leave out of shame. No longer will black people have to bargain with white people to have rights, you know? That kind of thing is so terrible. Instead, black people can just have a homeland to call their own. And, you know, I think we shouldn't even stop there. I think Indian people definitely should have a homeland of their own. Asian people, give them a homeland of their own. Far away in the east. Aboriginal people, they definitely deserve a reservation somewhere. Jews, And the whites. Don't even worry about the whites, okay? We'll just take Europe or whatever. But don't take my word for it. Here's what my good friend Pan-Africanism has to say.
Actually, it's disingenuous to characterize Pan-Africanism as just white supremacy for black people because it ignores our anti-colonialist...
It's so good. It's so good. I'm gonna break down why this is so good, okay? So first, okay, so listen up. We're breaking this one down, okay? This is Vosh Humor Detective coming out here, okay? First of all, it's actually very structurally funny. I think we can all agree. Like it's actually just like funny. The actual acting is pretty funny. The way he's very clearly like trying to come up off the cuff with a justification for a white ethno-state. Like he's thinking like imagine like a Nazi at like an NAACP rally, you know, where he put the armband away and he's like, you know, and yeah, like we should totally have like a homeland for black people. You know what I mean? Like he's doing it off the cuff, and when he gets the Jews, he's like, you know, and you can see like his fervor rising at the end. And then at the end, we have multiple layers of humor. First of all, just putting blackface over his face instead of actually having him do blackface is so much funnier. Because at once, it indicates what he's trying to do, while also lampshading the fact that he realizes it would actually be bigoted to put blackface on, but he's still wearing fake dreads and like a Rasta hat. So he's like, he's doing this line between like legitimate, like kind of ironic racism, but like jokey, like I recognize this is racist racism. It's really funny. But the reason why I actually like this, it's not just because it's funny, and I see people in chat screaming like, oh, explain the joke ruins it. Fuck you. Okay, the real reason why this is funny to me is because I literally just saw. Now, whenever I hear this in a debate again, I can just send them this JREG video. This is like a reference that I can point to because it's satirizing the illegitimacy of the arguments they're making. That it's clearly just an off-the-cuff, post hoc attempt to roll their ethno-state arguments into vaguely progressive language. And then at the end, when he's like, well, actually, Pan-Africanism has like a long history of fighting colonialism and so on and so forth. I don't know. I think it's really good. I just really like the video. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I get it. Explaining the joke is bad. I really like this video. Okay. You know, doing comedy is hard. Political satire is difficult. My biggest criticism of JREG has always been, as a progressive socialist, like, I'm always going to be critical of people who do things that I feel bolster political points that I disagree with, you know? So, I mean, I guess I'm just a fuddy-duddy in that respect. But with regards to JREG over here, like, I thought it was funny, and he delivered it in a way that was pretty cogent, and everyone agrees with him. Look at that. 10,000 likes to 74 dislikes. That is an insanely positive rate. Look at my fucking ratios for anything that I do, okay? That is an insane like to dislike ratio. Here's my most recent video. Look at this. It's about 10% disliked. My average on this channel is about 88% like versus 12% dislike. This is like 99%. It's actually higher than 99%. It's like 99.3%, I think. So he delivered an argument that I think is really good in a way that a divisive political community came to agree with. Now, it's possible the Nazis in his audience, and I know there are Nazis in his audience, are too stupid to understand they're being made fun of here. And honestly, in this case, I'm okay with that. George Lincoln Rockwell looking for support from Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam colorized. True. Oh, whoa, whoa! I didn't, whoa, no, the other one. I didn't actually look in the comments. Hey there. Yeah, we're going majority progressive here. I'll take it. Anyway, I just liked it. That's it. Okay. We've got nothing left to focus on but games. And donations! Rico with the $3. We'll do Jimmy Dore video eventually, I promise you. Bastard with $3. Yes, absolutely. Bastard with the additional $3. Thank you for donating the exact same message twice. Phoenix Wright with the $5. Yes, fighting with Destiny was very, very fun. I enjoyed debating with him. We're on a similar wavelength. Gotcha, Casper Christensen. I saw that one. Sake Tanuki with a very kind $10. Kyle has only done harm to the left. The amount of surface level analysis and quintupling down on bad takes has provided a House of Cards structure. We'll see, comrade. We'll see how it holds up when challenged. TJ Gamer 97 Real with a tier 1 sub. Thank you so goddamn much, comrade. Oh no, I can't promise a discussion right now. I'm afraid I'm a gamer at the moment. B-Man 5000 with the $2. Stop being a cunt and unite with Thought Slime. On what? In case I ever need my takes made worse, I'll consider it, okay? Umabar and Mr. Harvard, thank you so goddamn much, the $2. Really appreciate that, comrade. Same with you, Impeach Trump again. You should watch Tim Pool's new video on Biden. He's gone full-on fascist. Yeah, I need to do more. I want to do more Tim Pool content as well. He's so fucking relevant. It's actually insane. It's so disgusting. Oh, by the way, guys. Wait, have we hit it? Did we hit the threshold? Guys. First of all, according to Social Blade, we got 4,000 subs today, so that's pretty cool. Holy shit, we did. What the fuck? We're never stopping this, I guess. Jesus. Anyway, I've gotten 8 million video views over the past month, which is still like a tenth of what Tim Pool gets across all of his channels. We have so much work to do. I'm not going to stop until I'm the largest political figure on this fucking platform. Thank you, Jonathan McCarthy, and thank you so much for the 500 yen. I really appreciate that, comrade. Lazy Peasant, thank you for the $5. True Sake Tanuki with the $10. I saw that one. Divergence with the incredibly kind $30. Jesus. TJ gets drunk and talks about whether he'd fuck you for like 10 minutes on this stream at 1:35:50-ish. Ah! Objectification, but it's okay. Because I'm a male. Squad W.
And shit, like all the time. Not all the time, but there's like male figures I get fucking obsessed with. But it's not, the male figures I'm obsessed with are never, it's never for sexual reasons. Like, I like Manson, and out of respect, I might fuck Manson, but I don't really want to fuck Manson. I like, you know, like there's like a fucking bunch of fucking people, like I've, you know, early Nostalgia Critic I was super into and shit. Fucking Vosh I'm into right now, but like none of these people do I want to fuck.
Are you sure you don't want to fuck Vosh?
I'm 100% sure. People always think that because I'm like so connected and shit, but it's not a sexual connection. It's a fucking emotional fucking connection.
Right. It's a bromance. It's not sexual.
Right. But I don't want to fuck.
But you love him.
It's love, but it's not sexual love.
People used to.
I love you too, DJ. You're legit one of the coolest people I've ever interacted with. You're cool as hell, dude. Listen more. I'll listen more on my own. Don't worry. Ah, Scoop, that's very unfortunate, but that does make sense. So much for safe female spaces. Doug Ratman with the $2. Holy shit, have you seen this?
Cock and ball torture, Dr. Freeman. Cock and ball torture, or CBT. Penis torture or dick torture is a sexual activity involving application of pain or constriction to the penis or testicles.
They even got the lip syncing there as well. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Hans Cummingworth with the $5 makes you feel good.
Okay, let's see what we're working with. Whoa. Nice cock. Thick, but not too flaccid. Perfect length. A nice 80-degree angle. Could trim the hairs a bit, but we'll work on it. Yep. I'd say that's a pretty good cock. I rate it 8.5 out of 10. Good job, kiddo.
Okay. Jatsko, he just didn't want to commit to a discussion on it. Jakey Fakey, thank you so much for the $5. Any suggestions? No, whatever comes from the heart, my dude. Sir McSwanky with a very kind $40. Thank you so goddamn much, comrade. My dad is a delusional chud. There's nothing I can do to bring him back. I hate his beliefs. I will cry like a bitch when he dies. Have money. I'm getting high. It sounds to me like you're going through a difficult emotional moment right now, Sir McSwanky. I love you. I really appreciate the $40, and I hope things get better soon, okay? Sure many people in chat sympathize. Maybe Jaden Tapscott. Thanks to the 5 Canadian. Fortitude the $5. What is this?
The firing.
Short 5 minutes. Woke Utopia. I'll take a look at this later, comrade. It's a good long video right there. I'll add it to my watch list. Violet Baron with 222. What do you think of my election prediction? What would you change? This is pretty optimistic, my friend. North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Louisiana, and Texas. Maybe 2 or 3 of those, but all 5. This is, hey, you know what? You know what? I respect your optimism. I don't know about Louisiana or Arkansas. Florida and Texas are possible. North Carolina is possible. Blue Texas is possible. This is very optimistic. But we'll see, comrade. We'll see. We'll see. We got this, folks. We're riding with Biden. Riding till we die with Biden. Riding with Biden. Riding with Biden. Riding with Biden. Biden. I love Tomboys, the 301. Can you please debunk this? IndigenousAction.org. Voting is not harm reduction, an indigenous perspective. From an indigenous perspective, that might actually be true. I feel like Democrats and Republicans are probably going to treat the indigenous community pretty terribly both ways. Maybe it'd be like kind of an edge case, like in both ways. But thankfully, indigenous people are not the only people on Earth, so we still are voting for Biden, you know? Because Biden won't treat him worse than Trump will. Oscar C, thanks to the 686. Derek with the $5. Yeah, maybe. Casper Christensen with the $2. I didn't see, comrade. Eric Ashernet with $2. Anyone challenge you to try playing the floors? Yeah, plenty of people, I'm afraid. Safety Skull with the $5. I'm not even reading that. Fuck you. Billy Drolka with a very kind $15. Thank you. Sake Tanuki with the $20. I'll not believe Vosh has any guns till he brings one onto the stream, points it right at the camera, tells everyone to vote for Biden or he will come. Hey, listen, we're gonna do it soon, comrade, okay? I promise. I keep wanting to do like a video recording at a gun range. Matthew Cole with the $149. Thank you. Kresna with the $5. I did that one. Heavy Water Tread with the $2. Comrade, you missed my last super chat. I'm super sorry, comrade. It must have been dropped by the API. Sometimes they do get kind of slippy. Very, very sorry. I love you. When are we getting the Vosh versus J-Reg debate? Hopefully never Alan Hannigan. I feel like it would be very joyless. I don't know, Heavy Water Tread with the very kind $5. Comrade, what would a takeover of the U.S. rural area look like compared to the difficulty Stalin faced the Russian countryside? That is an incredibly complex question. I have no fucking idea, my dude. Yes, Terminage. Binging with Babish is very fun. QQ more, please. I'm afraid I can't commit to a discussion on that. My schedule is pretty packed these days. J-Reg's going to visit Africa to meet Justin Trudeau at the cosplay convention. Ha! True. Thanks, Ken Monker. Hakasoku, thank you very much for the $5. I appreciate that. Alan Hannigan with a very kind $10. Pretty saw J-Reg saw and adjusted to your critique. After you did your video, his videos have been 100% better, and he also referenced a fake you account in a video shortly after your video. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I hope that one day I can speak to J-Reg privately. I know that I can never talk to J-Reg publicly because he has, like, an image to maintain. Like, the persona would drop in a conversation. I wouldn't want to talk with him doing an act. But it'd be nice, you know? Class time, thank you very much for the $4. Disfigured Peacock with the gifted tier 1 sub. Remember back when it was a big deal for you to pull 3K viewers? Yeah. Jeez, it wasn't even that long ago. Thank you, comrade. Back Canary with the $5. I told the guy I'm in love with that I love him and he didn't say it back. Devastated. Take my money. I don't need it anymore. Listen, if you off yourself, make sure to donate to me first, okay? No, that was a joke. I'm sure you'll find love soon. I love you, but not in that way. And Sake Tanuki with a very kind $10. As she gazed into the crystal ball, all she can see is enlightened centrist bullshit. Wow, oh yeah, Sake, I saw the crystal ball, yeah. I think I'll talk about this at some future stream. Yeah, for sure. It gets pretty wild. That's actually fucked. Holy fucking shit, pull your heads out of your asses, you fucking snowflakes. Jesus Christ. One fucking joke just barely edgy enough to make a fucking PG-13 rating on a fucking Netflix show, and all of you people fucking pull your faces into your hands. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. I cannot do what I am trying to do with my life. Like, oh, I make one edgy joke. Like, not even as a joke. The inviolate right to life transcends all humor. Are we? Hello? 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 Oh, hello? Okay. Hello. Now I'm nervous, dude. The internet around here has been acting real weird lately. Anyway, what was I yelling about? Are you done malding? Unironically, if that joke was too edgy for you guys, you're probably too snowflakey for the stream. Holy shit. You guys are so fucking annoying. What was the joke? You guys didn't even hear the joke. It doesn't even matter. You didn't even hear the joke. Somebody donated saying, I'm sad because my love was not reciprocated. Have my dollars. I don't need them anymore. And then I said, haha, if you kill yourself, make sure to donate to me first. Just kidding. Take care of yourself. I love you. Or something like that. If that, like, I don't know. You can go back to your fucking Disney Channel. You know what you should go? You should go watch iCarly. I feel like iCarly is the perfect blend. Is suicide a joke to you? You realize I've made like rape jokes during this stream, right? Is rape a joke to you? We're gonna have to do timeouts, actually. I actually can't believe it. I joke about subject material like that literally all the fucking time. Alright, listen, just everyone re at the snowflakes, okay? Just re at the snowflakes. Be careful not to cut yourself on that edge. I'm not the one crying about it. Isn't it different when it involves your fans? No. Holy fuck. What is this? The fact that a heartbreak can be serious and joking about suicide to someone who's distressed is not responsible, you know that? No, I don't care. If some of you may have like very like highly susceptible personal experiences with this subject material, the idea that that's a threshold that leads to like a unique level of harm separate to the other stuff that I say is just not.
15%.
Holy shit. Maybe be more sensitive? Okay, wait, we're actually doing timeouts. We're doing full trigger time timeouts, okay? We're doing it. We're doing the whole goddamn... Alright, give me some more. Where else?
Toss a coin to your streamer.
Who else?
Viewers plenty.
Yellow names too. We are nothing if not egalitarian in our purges. You're all being punished for being highly moralistic. In a very silly way. Chill out. Holy fuck! Okay, we're gonna have to be a little bit more careful. Okay. Oh, not this shit again. God damn it. True, Billy Drill kill. Whoa, 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 whoa! I'm gonna kill myself and implicate you, white people happy. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, We gotta save more often. Chill. Dude, the revolver is so fucking good. It's so much better than, like, everything else. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to invoke the fucking id pull argument. My bad. Oh yeah, I've struggled with suicidal thoughts. Eat my shit. Fuck you. Oh my god! Okay. Do I go behind this car? Hey, what's up? Oh, shit! That guy was very surprised by my arrival. In my personal experience, being, like, showing a little bit of levity about, like, suicide actually helps people talk about it. And talking about it is very, very helpful to, like, finding support. And in some cases, now, obviously, me as a public figure making a joke about it is not the same thing as encouraging people to be open with their own feelings on a personal level. But I think there is a relationship between those things. You consume TikTok media? No. It's a bomb! Oh no, that's a grenade. I can't move, I can't move, I can't move. Fuck! Did I ever hear the thing about TikTok getting banned? It's not gonna get banned. It'll never happen. It's just another attempt for pathetic, xenophobic American politicians to virtue signal about their anti-China stance. TikTok got banned in India? Yeah, but India is not America. I don't like this gun. Yeah, you can just use a VPN if you have to. Whoa! Go, 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 go! Gun! No! No! That's our new strategy. Turn the game volume down? Oh, yeah, sure. There. Isn't it crazy that Shane Dawson is already our most viewed video? Yeah, that makes me feel kind of weird. Okay, that's not... That gun is not going to let me do it. Oh! Huh. Ow! Nah, just... Use grenades if you got them. I do not. Crouching doesn't make you more accurate. Damn my fucking... Counter-Strike experience. Ah, I almost got him. Shane Dawson was my first Vosh video? Holy shit, you're new. Well, hello. You know, I wouldn't have done that Shane Dawson video if Hyena hadn't convinced me to. She was like, you gotta appeal to the normies. And I was like, oh, I don't have to. He suggested the topic. Okay, I don't think I can just charge those guys like that. Not unless I'm willing to use revolver ammo, which I don't think I am. So I'm going to instead... Oh, wait a second. That was ammo. Load up, load up, load up, load up, load up. A very prominent class reductionist podcaster is in your mentions on the Molly tweet, Sean McCarthy. Is Sean McCarthy like a Red Scare? Like, who's this person? I'm so close to getting this. Wait, who's that person? Who's the person? Sean said intersectionality is invented by the CIA. Can I just vibe? Is that possible? Who is this person? Let's find out. Okay.
Bad people. They're good people. They've been misled. They've read.
The fuck is this? So you edit? What is this? You edited a new person into the debate? You. Stefan Molyneux tweet. Who is this person? What's their name? What's the name of the person? Give me the name. Guys, what's the name of the fucking Twitter person? John McCarthy. The right side of history.com. They follow me. The right side of history with Sean P. McCarthy. Here's the response. A major... Oh, damn, they're like really going for me. Oh, shit. Vosh is a... Wait, hold on. Your boss shouldn't be able to fire you for speech. This position is fucking insane. Yes. There is some type of speech your boss should be able to fire you for. Holy shit. Absolutely. There are things you should be able... that a boss should be able to fire you for saying. Yes. Yes. And this guy says, Vosh is a pathetic careerist hack with no ideological interest outside protecting his pile of YouTube money. Hey, do you think this person's stupid enough to get on stream like right now? A major socialist YouTuber describing the mere concept that your boss should not be the arbiter of good or bad speech and not be able to take away your livelihood over it is fucking insane. Makes me question the utility of the term socialist going forward. Do I even do politics streams anymore? Why not? Why? If every video game stream I do invariably turns into a fucking... Oh, yeah. How did that not... No, I was doing so well. Probably just use a revolver. I have 5 shots. Use my revolver on your fucking mom's throat. I know that the energy weapon needs to be charged up. Thank you. Ugh. Whew, okay, nice. Go team. What a bop. Oh, I guess I should check if I got a response. That guy seems like he was on Twitter, like, at that moment, so. Nah, nothing yet. Is it okay to be racist to aliens, like from Mars? If you hate aliens, I think it should be because they're trying to, like, anally rape people, or because they want to destroy the human race, or like steal all of Earth's water, but probably not just because they're aliens, right? We can be better than that.
Power 45%. Power 60%. 75%. Power 90%.
Like the empty fucking modules here. Okay, we got some health back here. Nice. Nice. You being any too stressed out by chat, just ban and call like Destiny doesn't put out of your mind. Same people agree from 9 NPCs. Yeah, I like arguing with chat. It is a little bit fun, you know? Nice. Sean McCarthy calls himself a socialist, but the... Oh no. Oh no. What the fuck?
Blood loss detected.
That was all my health. Jesus Christ. Oh, thank God.
30%. Power 45%. Power 60%. Power 75%. Power.
I can't see. There we go. That's how cannon ammo in the warehouse might come in handy. Can you guys stop fucking leading me? I'm already at full fucking ammunition on this thing anyway. Alright, that strategy didn't work. New plan. We bait the helicopter. Okay, I think there's something here. I think there's something to this one, okay, guys? Listen up. I don't know. Well, okay. I mean, if it works, right? I don't know. Give me. Back up at full health, baby. Can I say something, though? I do appreciate that the, like, tanky or, like, kind of... What are the people I'm talking about? Kind of like the stupid types on Twitter and stuff. That their go-to criticisms for me are stuff like, I'm a grifter, that I'm, like, you know, a careerist, like, all I care about is getting big. Because those are the types of criticisms that are exclusively levied at people they're afraid of. And that makes me feel good. Nobody would ever say that about some dipshit with, like, you know, with, like, virtually no reach and no capacity to get large. You say that about people who you're worried about. Eat shit. I'm dragging socialism into the 21st century, and you motherfuckers can't do anything about it. Oh, no. Okay. God damn it. Okay, hold on. Oh, we kept way more health this time. Ow. Nice. Who do you plan to debate without platforming or infighting? Only conservative figures who are bigger than me or who I don't feel are a threat to, with regards to their growing. Now we'll see. Also, I'm okay with doing infighting if I feel like these people are legit damaging the movement. I think that a lot of Kyle Kalinski's stuff is pretty irresponsible. This Sean McCarthy type. I didn't mean this to be a sub. Chew on head. Are you watching this right now? Chew, do you want to come on? I don't know if she's watching right now. Ooh. Any Urs in chat? Ow. Where the fuck is the shit down here? Oh, here we go. Okay, well now we know. There we go. Look at that.
Power 35%.
35. What kind of content do you think the left needs right now that you don't make? What we need are historians. Holy shit, we need historians. I would love it. We also need PragerU types. I want there to be left-leaning content creators who can make like 5 to 6 minute little animated sound bites that are like, here's the evidence for the you know, the Civil War being about slavery, or here's the evidence for the Holocaust, or something like that. But quick, concise, accurate, but not in any way, shape, or form thorough. So I assume those are two open now? I'm aware of knowing better, yeah. Basically, you want to PragerU but left-leaning? Fuck yeah. Basically 3 arrows but shorter? Yeah, and less ethnic, too. We need to have good old-fashioned Americans doing this, okay? You people joke, but if we're going to have a PragerU-esque, like, means of doing, like, quick sound bites on history and, like, sociology, unfortunately, yeah, it is pretty important. Ooh, this would be terrifying in real life! Help me! We need our own memes. Mako56, I think it's possible. Sean McCarthy debate? Well, Sean McCarthy would have to reply to my DM. Oh, hold on. Dude, I should do that more often. No debate, no debate. I should do that more often. When somebody disagrees with me on Twitter, I should just fucking DM them and say, hey. I feel like that'd be a very effective way. Getting people over. Oh man, I just had a fucking brain blast. Oh, that's absolutely true, funny rhetorician. I don't think rhetoric is bad at all. But I think like pure rhetoric, like I'd consider to be probably a bad thing for like a political address. What happened to the debate? No debate, no debate. There was never a debate promised. Anyway, I had a brain blast. I just remembered this. This was from so long ago. This was back when I must have been 19 or 20. This was back when I was at community college back in Santa Monica. And I remember like somebody asked me what I wanted to be, and I said, I don't know, but I kind of like the idea of being like an academic so intelligent that people are like legit scared to talk about issues with me and disagree with me, because I'd be such like formidable of an ideologue that they would like that like it would just be imposing, like they wouldn't want to. And I haven't thought about that statement in like 5 or 6 years, but you know. Hey, we're on our way. A gamer so powerful, no one steps up to the plate. Gamer! If you think you can do it, Ajax. I'll take a peek, Posadas. Oh, for sure, Red Cascadian. Hmm? Oh. That seemed like the logical way forward. Guess I'll, Can you pull in the crazy hyper-Zionist in chat pro-Israel? What? No, they're probably memeing. Usually when people come in with names like that, they're just looking to bait a reaction. Also, as much as I find Zionists distasteful, like, they're nowhere near as much of a threat to the world as a lot of other shit that I argue against, so it's not like a super pressing concern. Oh. I was already basically at full health, but...
100%.
Yeah, funny rhetorician. I mean, it's really good for the people who are into that sort of thing. Can I walk across this edge? Is that possible? Somebody earlier said, did you know you're like the face of leftist, Zoomer leftism on TikTok? I don't necessarily think that's the case. There are a lot of accounts there that are quite a bit bigger than mine. I barely engage with the platform. I'd like to, though. Oh, whoa, whoa. God damn it. Hassan did a stream talking about TikTok and you came up a few times? No, no. Do more live streams on TikTok? Dude, live streams on TikTok are crazy. You just pull out your phone, you hit the button, and in like 3 seconds, you're doing it. Like, you're just live streaming immediately. It's crazy. The other day, I went downstairs to refill my water bottle, and I was bored, so I just live streamed it. Like for just the 2 minutes. It was the most ADHD thing I've ever done in my fucking life, but it was really funny. Why are they, like, leading me? Did I download TikTok to follow you? Nah, I barely post. How many viewers did you get? Like 300 or so. Not much. I mean, not much for me, but probably, like, a lot for, like, a TikToker? I don't know. What do you think of Bad Empanada? Bad Empanada's a fucking lunatic who occasionally has good takes. I'll support him when he's doing the good takes. It's my commitment. How did you get over the worry about studying sociology and not having a job afterwards? I don't know. You just accept that you might die, and then you do it. And then you become a millionaire YouTube streamer. What do you want? I can be mentioned, Tristan, just not shown. Why do you support a repressive country? What do you mean, pro-Israel? An interesting question you've just asked me there. Wait, Vosh's a millionaire? No, I'm not a millionaire. Fuck! Those are rare! You made me fucking shoot an SMG rocket. What? No, I did it literally right as you opened. The scissors. There are scissors in the kitchen. Yes? How appropriate, considering you just cut off my chances for victory. Alright. They're saying Palestine is oppressive. Yeah. I mean, it's like a... Palestine is basically like an open-air concentration camp. Imagine things are a little fucked up in there. Yeah. Do you think Trump will ban TikTok? Nah. Just posturing. He's just mad as fuck because those TikTok kids made the turnout at his event lower. He's so fucking salty. It's so goddamn funny. Imagine being so mad at your pathetic little fucking 6,000 person rally that you threatened to ban an application from America. Okay, that's not good. Bosh, there are extremely legitimate reasons that TikTok should be banned. Yeah? Let's see. The guy on Reddit reverse engineered TikTok. Here's what he found on the data it collects on you. It's far worse than just stealing what's on your clipboard. Phone hardware, other apps you've installed, everything network related, whether or not you've jailbroken your phone, some variants on the app and GPS pinging, proxy server. Is this like more than what the average app takes? Is this like an extra large amount, or is that not the case? I don't know much about that kind of stuff. It's kind of a blind spot for me. Significantly more than what most apps do. Okay. Then, you know what I'd be in favor of? Not a ban of TikTok, but probably some sort of federal legislation for guidelines on data collection. Oh, we finally got a little bug boy. We didn't shoot him this time. Beep, beep, beep. I don't know what this guy does, but I'll throw him at the next enemy I see, I guess. Anyway, yeah, what if we just implement some sort of federal legislation on limiting applications' data collection abilities? That seems like a good idea, right? Any disagreements? Are we good on that? I don't know much about data acquisition, like that kind of stuff. That'd be good, but I don't think it would pass Congress. Well, yeah, sure. Just seems like a little weird to specifically ban TikTok. Seems like more of a convenient, like, Trump power thing than it does anything else. Oh, no, no. God damn it. Yeah, funny rhetorician, I've seen that. Gotta vote in Biden for a fraction of a percentage of a chance that he moves back on that. Do I have a P.O. box? Actually, yes! I finally got a P.O. box. But I can't tell you the address. That really not get him? God damn, I just wasted a whole fucking clip. So noted. Will you ban me if I send you my baby teeth? We'll just be smart enough not to put your fucking screen name on the delivery, and yeah, then I won't know it's you. What's the point? Oh, well, I'll release the address soon. I just don't remember what it is. What do you think about post-leftists? They can post their asshole on my dick. Roast these nuts. Yeah. Got him. Favorite genre of music? Post-ironic hip wave, trap, disco, remix, bop tunes. Bad unboxing? I'm not doing any fucking unboxing videos. None of you dipshits are sending me anything I care about. I don't want any of your shit. Please don't send me anything. I don't want it. Yeah, Xander Hall, I'm coping so hard, I made sure you'd be able to do it again at the 200k sub stream. Just a month later. What would you want us to send you? Nothing. Don't send me anything. Assholes. I'll return to sender. If it's some dumbass shit, I will return to sender. I am going to be ruthless. I'll return to sender. I'll literally just... I will boot up a TikTok stream. Just so you can watch me walk out of the fucking mailbox room to the nearest public trash can. And drop it. I'm for sure sending you some weed. Well, considering weed is still federally legal, that would be a felony. Please do not implicate me. Wasn't I here? Oh yeah, Liv, pile it on. Let's just get some old fucking Obama merch in here. Will I be discussing the USA leaving the World Health Organization, or is that fake news? I don't know. It's just so stupid. I don't know. I don't know. Wait, where am I going? Oh, this is a new place. No, it's not. This is the old place. Oh. Next. I do, Kelicon, but I need to learn more about it. Have you ever been in the desert? Yeah. Back when I was a wee youngin', back when I was a wee baby, I had my best friend was in the, Eagle Scouts, and he went on this, like, field trip. You could bring a +1, to, like, a ghost town in the middle of the Californian desert. It's like a real desert, just barren, like, wastelands in all direction. And it has like the big like ridges and like mesas with the ravines and stuff. Anyway, the thing was, like the tradition was, you would go there and everyone would rubber band gun fight. The ghost town had a couple of merch shops. The rest of it was just rundown cowboy era stuff. And everyone would get rubber band guns, and the richer kids would get the better rubber band guns, of course. And then we would all do it out battle, and people would set up ambushes and stuff like that. It was actually pretty cool. That sounds like Calico Ghost Town. It might have been. I nearly died. I was on top of one of the mesas. They started shooting me. I nearly slipped off the fucking edge. It was a 50-foot drop. Wow, nice shot, dipshit. I do not want $210 worth of anything. Ever consider talking to Ben Burgess on stream? I could. Ah! Yeesh. Any more health to pick up? No? Okay. You need to talk to David Pac-Man? Yeah, I feel like we could have a fun convo, even though he's a fucking lib. I hate this. Oh. They're bombs. Yes, Tristan the Bard. I would definitely characterize both Jesse Lee Peterson and Candace Owens as white supremacists. Very comfortably, I might add. The comments on your last tweet are pretty bad. The Stefan Molyneux one? Stay mad. No, the Kalinsky one? Sure, let's see. So here's the Sean P. McCarthy person. Aren't you supposed to be a socialist? Nice meme. If that was true, I'd be able to work with openly transphobic people, and I couldn't do anything as long as they don't target me specifically. Yep, that would suck. Let's look for ones with a lot of likes. Socialism is being able to say the N-word at work without fear of reprisal. You're wrong. Nice. From Marxist Soccer. Marxist, Leninist, Cyraoist, football, strength. Yeah, okay. Although there's something to be said for capitalist enterprises being autocracies, true. I don't think First Amendment rights should extend to them, but at-will employment should be banned and democratic models should determine workers' fate. Yeah, okay. Totally agree with this one. So far, this is pretty okay. Don't you think it could put a dangerous precedent to have your boss be able to fire you for speech? No, that's the way it's been for all of human history. So if it's a dangerous precedent, it's not a precedent if it's already been happening and has always been happening, you know? Like, then it's not a precedent. It's just the thing that's happening, you know? Capitalist Kalinsky has bad takes. Imagine my shock. Weird take by Kyle. I agree, Kyle needs to get his shit together. Honest, good faith question. What's wrong with this take exactly? In capitalism, most people rely on their jobs, so to get by, so firing them would be pretty shitty to say the least. This sort of logic should be used to say, well, why should we lock murderers up? Being in prison prevents them from earning a fair wage. Yeah, 100% true. Like, have you guys ever had a socialist go like, why are we arresting rapists? Listen, rape is bad, but allowing the state to exercise its executive monopoly on violence to repress them, that seems like a step too far. Like, nobody does this. As long as we live within these repressive systems, we have to manage their use as equitably as possible. Having an opinion is not comparable to murder. DPico, why do I allow you to stay in my chat? You're not a socialist is all. What he's saying is basic shit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Basic socialist shit. Oh yeah. That you can find that right there in fucking Capital. And after we have seized the means of production, it shall be made said that no worker shall ever be disbarred from their place of work for their political opinion. What the fuck are you talking about? You're just a culture warrior with a comfy gig. Stay mad. You have to be intentionally ignorant to suggest what he's saying is it's okay to scream slurs to people at work. I've never said that. Wait, I've never said that. harassment isn't the same thing as free speech, dummy. Hey, here's my hot take. If you're black and a person who you work next to, who you have to sit next to for 8 hours a day says, yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think there was anything wrong with slavery. I mean, you know, you people are different, we're us, and we got the better of you, and that's that. I consider that harassment. You don't have to yell slurs. I think the expression of some political opinions, in and of themselves, constitute harassment or a threat. For the most part, these responses seem fine. The serfs did a reply to you? Oh no.
Bosh, join me, comrade, join me, brother, because I know that we want to fight for the same things, and I know that we're on the same page on this. The oil and gas corporations of Canada, they are directly cucked.
Directly cucked. Lance, you're a good guy. I'll check this video out my own time. Why do you say you have autism when you haven't been diagnosed? Wait, what do you mean? Where did you hear that? I was diagnosed with ADHD when I was a very young child. And afterwards I engaged in behavior that wasn't explained by my diagnosis, so I got taken in again. And the doctor said that I demonstrated very reliably symptoms for autism. The problem was that as a part of their disclosure, if I demonstrated the symptom, if I was diagnosed with autism, I would most likely be put in my school's like special education program as a very fucked up requirement of some of their laws. So my parents denied the official prescribed diagnosis, even after. But the doctor was like, yeah, I mean, so I mean, I guess that's not like technically. I mean, I guess like I didn't get like the certificate, but like that was basically what happened. Anyway, my parents didn't want that because I was actually doing fine in school. I was just like a fucking weirdo who blew spit bubbles. Gross shit. So yeah, the doctor warned my parents, which I thought was really cool of him. My parents decided no, that they would rather let me like sink or swim in normal classes than have me there, you know? But I thought that was like good, so that's my answer, I guess. It's actually so fucked up when I think about it, because dude, I went to a Beverly Hills elementary school, so it was like fine. I'm not complaining that hard or anything, but like, holy fuck, dude. The special ed programs in that school were in like the cave. They had like, it was so fucking weird, dude. The dungeon, yeah. So we have like, what we had was like this really, really weird setup where like we had the lunch area, and so we have like tables, you know, we've got like tables here, and over here we've got like a vending machine, like that kind of thing, you know what I mean? Like we got like that, we got like the seats and all that stuff, and over here there was like a fence that protected like a parking lot kind of area, you know, like all this. And then out here there was an outcrop from the building that led into the locker room, so you could come out of the locker room and go right to recess. It was like really nice. Yeah, we have that. And then over here we had the dungeon. We had we had like a staircase that led down into this unlit concrete and it was like it was like hold on, wait. We have to get the full effect, okay? Hold on. Where's the polyline selection tool? let's get the tone scraping smaller. We need smaller dots. There. We had like, and it led into like this void. This dark void that everyone would avoid. Get it? Avoid. And here, we draw the plane downwards, yeah. And then there was a door like over there on the side. And that's where the special education kids went. They even after a while fenced off the area so people like not only was there a railing but like it was like blocked from view, and then you just have like the entrance down here. So all the normal kids are fucking around over here, and every once in a while people would like go up and down through here. So anyway, my parents really did not want me in the special education classes. Of course, that's just my memory. That's just my memory of the school, of course. That it was. I mean, I was last there a decade ago, you know, and the school's been renovated since, so that this is gone now. It doesn't look like that anymore. Both know you're a fucking... Wait. Cancel culture would be a lot less controversial if it was called people reacting to me being a shithead culture. I need to get Fantano on. I just want to read this text out loud from my partner, if I may. But anyway, I need to get Fantano on. Don't? Oh, okay. No. This was Fantano's official response, yeah. Because my YouTube channel is dying. Wait, how is his YouTube channel doing? It's called Prison Planet, right? Prison Planet? That's what his YouTube channel is called? No, you can read it. I deserve the shame. There we go. The shame comes out. So my message from Hyena was overwhelming urge to type retard roundup in chat. I'm losing it. You can make of that what you will. But it is funny, and if you disagree, you're wrong. Because that's what it is. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, holy shit, dude. Oh, wow. His channel actually has been not doing super great. Huh. Holy fuck. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, his past month's gotten him about half the views I have. Holy shit. Well, he could always bounce back. We'll see. Yo, Vosh, quit linking me things.
Fantano, debate me, why don't you? Ooh, debate me? Ooh, saucy, Paul. I thought you were too big to respond to me. Isn't that what you said years ago? Thought you were too big. Debate me.
Left health. Vosh, oh, this is actually a really good point. Vosh, I know this may be an extreme example, but if you couldn't be fired for political opinions, imagine what would happen for coders and AI specialists who were racist to then implement security measures on like facial recognition and stuff that would be biased against black people. That's actually a really, really good argument. That if you're not being hypercritical of people's perceived biases in the workplace, that can prevent you from being able to challenge their ability to institutionalize those biases. That's actually a really great argument. That already happens way too much. Imagine how much more willing corporations would be to hire open white supremacists if there was no threat of backlash against the corporation or the individual. Cameras and shit are already biased towards light-skinned people. Yeah, from my understanding, some of that is just like, kind of like an unsolvable problem. Like, because light-skinned people, there will be more contrast in the shadows on their face, so facial recognition will be more accurate with it. Like, that isn't necessarily a bias thing. That's just literally, like, the difference in pigmentation means that it's easier for, like, AI to read stuff like that on a light-skinned face. Why'd you choose not to post the Arch Warhammer video? I kind of forgot. I still have it edited. It's on my desktop. I'll get around to it. I'm so happy. Happy to have you here. We're clearing it out, baby. Oh, sure, Temmie. I'm sure some creative mind will think. Trans Girl Lily. That's a purple link for me. Yeah, I'm familiar with this crap. Complicated stuff. Where am I even going? I'm gonna save because I've spent a lot of time shooting at mines now. Yeah, I know. There's probably a lot of interesting history there. Did you study this kind of bias in sociology? Like bias in how different technologies read skin color? No, that didn't come up. Really? I missed one? Fuck you. True, Ramadan. What did I... Oh my god, I just missed one. Big old one right there. It was being covered by the corpse. Yikes. Play more Zelda? I'd be willing to play... I played Majora's Mask. I'd be willing to play more Zelda games. Yeah, for sure. They're still malding in your comments? Quit. This better not have, like, 2 likes. Now, here we go. Yeah, he's the hashtag edgy cool hip socialist who says the R slur once a month, but has the occasional spicy take, but wants you to vote for Biden and thinks free speech is a Nazi dog whistle. Yeesh. I've said this before, but one of the most critical skills, that you can, or one of the most essential characteristics you can try to suss out in people to determine whether or not they're, like, brain dead, is whether or not they can accurately describe the positions of their opponents. If they can't, this is very common to conservatives. I have never met a conservative who can actually describe what I want. They're not capable of it. All they can do is talk about how I hate America and I hate free speech and they want to destroy white people and everything. They actually can't conceive my arguments. I can easily conceive their arguments. I could make their arguments on the spot better than they can. Remember during the Stryker debate when I would, like, multiple times lay out their positions and Stryker would be like, well, it's true. Like, that's an indication that I understand what I'm arguing against, which means that my positions are more founded because I know that I'm not arguing against a straw man. But they can't do it. So when people... So when people do stuff like that, it's a really strong indication that talking with them is a waste of your time. Unless you can just embarrass them. Bosch, Breath of the Wild. I want to play Breath of the Wild 2 when it comes out. Because Breath of the Wild 1 has been spoiled for me pretty thoroughly. How would you suggest building critical thinking skills? I don't fucking know. What am I, a fucking teacher? Jesus. really tough question. I don't really know. Probably don't need to destroy all these, but I kind of just want to. Thoughts on spiders? 2 out of 10. Would not recommend. What's up? Ah, yes. The essential moment of every stream. Hello there. Oh. What a happy purr baby. What a happy purr baby. Yes. Mm. He's been very, very active today. We can never hear purrs. Ah, that sucks. He's purring pretty hard. Yeah, it sounds like you're choking. So cute. Did you guys see the Twitter video today of him playing with the water? He's been so fucking active today, dude. It's crazy. Show it? I'll show it after I remove him. Are those ears in your ears? No. I have keloids on my earlobes. Oh, yeah? You want to eat me? Oh, yes, he does. I'll eat you. Yeah. How do you like it? Yeah, how do you like it? Yeah. Cute baby. Ugh, he's so good. Been such a good baby today. All right, little fool. I wish my head was just a little bit bigger so that I could eat his entire head. Replace wee woo with this. Why Nervosa told me to bug you about emotes. That's not a bad idea. Everyone wee woo. Quickly. Now. The superior wee woo. Fascist cop Artemy. I'll add it tonight. I'll add it tonight after we're done with stream. Here, let's. There is a good cop. No, Artemy is not a good cop. Artemy is not. Wee oo woo. Yeah. A-cab disproven. Show splashing. Oh, God. How many times have I alt-tabbed from game today? We pooled water in the sink, and he has discovered water.
Pardon me.
He paddle. He splash. Yeah, I'm showering in the background. Yum. Dude, what is this? True, Moro. Seen. Observed. This is a good emote, but I don't know what it would refer to. He looks like he's drugged out. Yeah, if it was like edited a little bit, it would be like a Monkus. Alright, we have fucking barely any more time for video games left. Okay, can we chill? Yes, I saw the Surfs video. Fuck you. How's the room moving? Oh, it's going well. The painting is still... The painting is still taking place. I'm gonna have to get a new desk to accommodate the new dimensions of the new room. I'm really looking forward to it, though. We're gonna get some nice colored lights and shit. God damn it! Stop! We're gonna get some nice colored lights and shit. And the new setup have a plushie. That'll be more hyenas thing, I think. When are you gonna be offline? I'm not entirely sure. I'll keep you guys updated. Oh. Did that go through? Yes, it did. No, Rosmerity, Hyena and I do not refer to each other by our... Nice meeting. Stream tomorrow? Maybe. We'll see. Trans girl Lily, you just wanted to be the one to type that out. DM Fantano to get him on. Hyena said that she's cool with it. Why would I need my girlfriend's permission to have Anthony Fantano on? Wait, what? What does that mean? Well, there you go, Hyena. Where am I going? Oh. Mesa. Jar Jar Binks. Pretty. Oh no. God damn it. Fuck you. I'm looting. And more retro games like A Link to the Past. I play lots of video games. I'm already a gamer. So pretty. I really like is this a desert? What is this? What's the proper term for this? Cuz it's not sand. Mesa? I think that like mesas and canyons and shit are really, really pretty. I feel like they're underrepresented in beautiful landscapes, you know? And that's white supremacy, because it's anti-Mexican. You know I'm true. True, it's called Black Mesa. Whenever we envision, I feel like whenever we envision, like... What a bop, by the way. Whenever we envision, like, a super cool, like, beautiful landscape, we always think of, like, pastures and green hills, but I feel like there are so many other beautiful landscapes. Address this, please? Oh, no. That's actually really cute. Do we want a Vosh plushie? First comment. This? It's jar time? I don't get it. Like cum jar? What are we talking about? Cum jar? I think it's cute. I might get it. I'll do it to support a friend. I'm sure Shoe on Head is really hurting for cash, you know. I'll in an act of charity, I'll you know, I'll toss one out. Is that the... Where? Where? From above? Oh. Jesus Christ.
Seek medical attention. Vital signs critical.
I'll take what I can. Alright, I get the puzzle. Huh. Oh, you can't move forward. I thought I could, like, move forward in the air after that. I thought these guys couldn't move and fire at the same time. Cool. Nice. Okay.
Blood loss detected.
I'm glad I played this game on this difficulty. Okay, so what's the solution? Can't jump down. Can I just make the jump across? Oh. Felt like it'd be too far. Did I see the George Floyd stress relief toys? Oh yeah, that was some pretty heavy weird sham shit. You guys haven't seen the George Floyd stress relief toys? Where he's on, like, the stress, like, you squeeze? You're supposed to, like, squeeze the neck, you know? It's pretty wacky. You don't need to buy it. Kobolds or goblins as low-level D&D enemies. I think kobolds are cuter, personally. You know what I'm sick of in D&D? You know what? Did you guys see that article in from the D&D people where they were like, we're gonna move away from like races having like intrinsic moral qualities? I really like that. It's so boring when it's like orcs are evil because they're dumb and evil. Goblins are evil because they're dumb and evil. Now, some groups can be generally evil, but I'd like it if they were evil for more culturally relevant reasons. Like, for example, the Illithid are travelers from the far realm, and they culturally have been led to believe that, like, mortals are literally nothing but puppet slaves. But it's not like genetically they're like muhahaha. Like, they just treat us the same way we view cows. It's just a specific relationship. You know, like that. They do eat brains. Like, that's literally how they eat. I mean, that's how they survive. They need brains. Do Illithid need humans to reproduce? Yeah, well, they need some kind of mortal race. Dude, we actually had Illithid, a lot of them, in the first arc of the IRL D&D campaign that I do with my real-life friends. And they actually abducted some, like, prominent NPCs and yoinked them as well. Essentially, what they do is they abduct living mortal races, human, orcs, elves, and take them into a spawning pool, where they dunk them underneath and hold them while the larvae of the Illithid crawl into their ear and eat their brains from the inside. And then, like a parasitic host, the larva consumes the brain and then spreads out like neuron tendrils across the interior of the skull, and assumes the form of the body and takes control of it. And then over a few months, like, the biological body that it inhabits turns into an Illithid. Like, it secretes like hormones and chemicals to physically transform. But that is their reproduction cycle. It's not them being evil. That is literally just how they reproduce. It's their species, you know? The snake people, what are they called again? I always forget. The snake. Yuan-ti, the Yuan-ti. Thanks. The Yuan-ti are pretty evil, but they worship an evil god. There's nothing genetic about their evil. And the idea of orcs being stupid, I don't know, dude. I don't like the idea of races you can play as just inherently being stupid. If you want to play as a stupid character, go for it. Nothing wrong with that. I just don't like the idea of, like, you wanting to play a smart orc and you have to roll against your racial stats. That's just kind of a weird feeling to me. Especially since we borrow so much from existing human cultures when we develop these fantasy cultures, you know? Please watch this video on stream now. Fuck you. Ooh, hup, ooh, hup, ooh. 5e Orc is literally the only race with a negative at character creation, right? I think so. Certainly the only negative for int. It feels a lot like the inherent stupid is how we treat natives as well. Well, yeah, of course. That's always the way it works in media. The stupid races are always like savage and tribalistic, you know? That's how it always fucking works. So it's like, oh, the good orcs are noble savages. We play on these tropes all the fucking time. We do it with, we did it in World of Warcraft as well, or just like Warcraft, I guess. Opinion on Kenkus? Okay, Kenku are a great example of doing the cognitive differences right. Kenku are literally like a type of bird people who were cursed by a god to lack creativity and to lack the ability to pull together their own sentences. So whenever Kenku speak, they're like ravens or crows. They can only like mimic other people's speech, you know? They like replicate, they're like parrots. What they do is whenever they speak, they're just stitching and weaving other people's sentences together. Kenku cannot be creative, or if they are, they're fighting against their like natural behavior. You know? But they're not unintelligent. In fact, many of them are extremely intelligent, but they're intelligent in like a very, for lack of a better term, autistic way. I had a Kenku who I played called Shiny Pants. I really liked her. I tried to talk like the crows from Dark Souls. I thought that was a really good. I thought that was a really good. How do you do that voice again? It was like, ah, your blood will coat my knife. Ah! Or something like that. Oh yeah, the mayor in our campaign was cool as fuck. Yeah, you do. Yeah. You, give us smooth, give us silky. Ah! Yeah. It's been a while. I had a good voice for it. What if a penalty to int is related to an anti-intellectual culture? I think that would be better. If there was like some sort of hyper militaristic culture that was fascist and like prohibited like thought or something, but like in a fantasy type way, you know? Because fascists in real life can be intelligent somehow. I think that would be pretty cool. But the way orcs are in 5e, like we can read it. Like, hold on. Can we get the thingy? Bosh, what are you talking about? Fucking D&D, shut up. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know. They have like some weird stuff. The way they're drawn, they kind of look dumb. I mean, their eyes are like 5/6 of the way up their face, so there's not much room for a skull cap, you know? So this is like, you know, they kind of drawn like the dumb Chad look, basically. Orcs were a race of humanoids that had been a threat to the civilized cultures of Faerun for as long as anyone could remember. Low foreheads, large muscular bodies, stooped postures. Poor temperament, given to anger more easily than the other races, easily offended and impatient, generally preferred violent solutions. Yeah. Traditional Orcus culture was extremely warlike. Now, some of this is cultural, but a lot of it just kind of suggests that there is a genetically, you know, savage mannerism to the orc. Oh, here are the Mind Flayers. God, Mind Flayers are sick as hell. Look at these fucking Cthulhu motherfuckers. Holy shit. Look at that. I wish canon drow lore was a bit more refined. I would agree with that. Yeah, when you go back in the editions, the art gets so much worse. Here's 4. This looks fine. Then we go to 3. And this looks fine too. They've always cared a lot about the Mind Flayers. Then when you go to 2, these guys look really fucking weird. Here's 1E. Way back in the day. There we go. I prefer the real Mind Flayers. No, the real Mind Flayers. Ah, perfection. You know? What about the Illithirid? Illithirids are like super illithid. They're much cooler. Oh, Lily, talk to Hayne about it. Have I ever played Fez? Yes. I will never beat this game. Actually, we're making decent progress on the game. We're probably, I would guess, halfway through or a little more than halfway through. Uh-oh. Think you missed the rocket launcher? Maybe, oh god. We held that pretty well. Just like how in hentai they always depict orcs as brainless savages who enjoy raping human women, which is overused a lot. Yeah, it's pretty boring. The Leviathan overrated, underrated, or properly rated as a monster? Did I really miss a rocket launcher in here? I don't see one in here. The Leviathan. I don't think I've ever played... What's their challenge rating? 25? I've never used a Leviathan. They're super cool, though. I have, in my player's D&D campaign, we have a Kraken, but I went a little overboard with the Kraken's size. It is not 300 to 500 feet long. This is Monster Hunter? No, well, it's D&D home. I mean... Yeah. There's a closet next to the shack where the rocket launcher might be. You can't open closets in this game. Oh, I could go up, though. That doesn't do anything. Anyway, in my homebrew campaign, the Kraken is one of the Titans, so it is significantly larger, very big. Cool. Nice. Is the Kraken larger or smaller than a bread box in your campaign? I don't think the player characters only came into contact with it once so far, but they were told it was about the size of an island. They fought its children, and its tentacles were like the like mountain range size on the horizon. So it wasn't really a thing you could fight. It was more of like more force of nature type stuff, you know? This is making me miss D&D. Dude, I miss doing D&D in person. That shit was so much more fun. Okay, well, if there's a red... Ah, there it is. No problem. No, I've never played classic D&D, I'm afraid. Cool. Smoke. Oh my god! It's 9:50. There we go. I think that's as good a time as any to probably, abate. Got some donos to go over, though. Oh, Bat Canary with the $5. I feel bad your joke towards me got all this blowback. I thought it was funny, everyone chill. Thank you, Bat Canary. I really appreciate the donation. I hope you're doing well. Pants with the very kind $20. Do you think homophobia is more prevalent on average in black communities, and if so, what should be done about it? Yeah, I think it is. Like, statistically, I'm pretty sure that support for... Yeah. I think that generally speaking, poorer communities tend to turn to stuff like religion and traditional values as a way of sort of protecting themselves culturally from certain outside forces. And I think that one of those, you know, those things can lead towards homophobia to an extent. But yeah, I generally think, my general opinion is that in the right cultural and social conditions, people will tend to adopt more progressive positions. Oscar, iColly was pretty fun if I remember properly. Klaus Mouse, the $5. Are jokes a joke to you? They are. Really, Drill Kill, thank you so much for the $15. So noted, comrade. Milo K, I would never debate Joey Saladino. That dude is the definition of a fucking lunatic grifter. Like there'd be nothing to get from it. He would just be like memeing and shilling the entire time. I don't think anything could be gotten from it. Maybe Mindful Manacles. Foreskin Lover with the $2. Are you circumcised or uncircumcised? I'm circumcised. And who should Biden pick as VP? I don't know. Warren would be my preference of like realistic picks, but it's probably gonna be Kamala. Antifa Foot Soldier with the tier 1 sub. Look at Tucker Carlson being two-faced.
Many schools that do plan to reopen will do so under a series of restrictions that have no basis of any kind in science. It's a kind of bizarre health theater. Students will be kept 6 feet apart. Everyone will have to wear a mask. Class size will be limited. In some schools, there will be scheduled bathroom breaks, etc., etc. No sports. It's insulting. It's ridiculous. They're telling you masks don't work unless you work in a hospital? How does that work? Does mask effectiveness change based on what job you do? They're only useful if you're already sick? What? Coronavirus can spread from asymptomatic carriers. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Oh, wait, you're just too dumb to wear the mask. Okay, because they're really hard to put on. Of course masks work. Everyone knows that. Dozens of research papers have proved it. In South Korea, Japan, Hong Kong, the rest of Asia, where coronavirus has been kept under control, masks were key. So look, we understand there's a shortage of masks. We understand only certain people should get them because it's a triage moment. We get it. But stop lying to us.
Nice meme. I like to sing. True. Rihanna Egan, I love you too. Thank you very much for the $5. Matt with the tier 1 sub. Any room in the left for an old hick from Central Maine? I'd like to make content myself, but the only talent I have is growing green bud and hating capitalism. Those are important talents, comrade. Of course there's room in the left for everyone. Can't make any... specific recommendations on what type of content you should make, but if it's something you're interested in doing, I suggest you familiarize yourself with the space and then give it your honest best shot. There's no, guarantee for success, but there's room for everyone. Can we give some love to turtles? Gay Frog, I'm so sorry. I'd love to give love to your turtle, but the link you gave me is broken. It doesn't actually lead to anything. Thanks, Moro. So noted. Boss Cringe with the $5. If you've seen anything about The Last of Us 2, you'll quickly realize the capital G gamer community is a fucking alt-right pipeline. How do we deal with this BS? Listen, if you want any reassurance on this specific subject, do keep this in mind. It is true that the online gaming community lost their absolute fucking minds in a very, very reactionary way over The Last of Us 2, but it's still the best-selling PS4 game of all time. Which means that the vast majority of people don't give a fuck about any of these internet crazies. It's an incredibly dedicated cabal of losers who are making the internet a living hell for the rest of us. Dr. Blue with a tier 3 sub. Thoughts on what to do in a conversation at work when someone just says some shit but it takes too long to debunk with sources? The best you can say is, like, I don't think that's true, but it'd take a long time to get into it. I think you should just be forthcoming about that, even if it sounds a little pretentious. Like, that is not true, but, like, I mean, you can offer to, like, try to find sources and bring them to them later, but, very often when you say you have sources on a subject, other people will back down before even seeing it, because they know they're bullshitting, Punso, I have read Berserk twice, I have not watched Berserk. Boss Cringe, Ichigo with Rukia should have been the end game. Yeah, maybe. Pat Cawthon with the $5. Hey, I'm a former alt-right, leaning towards Georges and AH Nerd. I'm curious as to what your take on Cindy's and the mod Kaiser Reich and Hearts of Iron 4 is. I have never played Hearts of Iron 4. I'm afraid I have no specific knowledge on that subject. I love you, comrade. I know next to nothing about it. I'm glad to hear that, JBZO2. Raccoon Slime with the $10. More evidence coming out. Coronavirus causes long-term brain damage. Republican response has actually been a 500 IQ move to increase their voter base. True. Nice meme. Sorry, I'm a little out of it. It's pretty hot in here. Lazy peasant. Yes, I consider circumcising babies to be irresponsible. Abuse, maybe, but yeah, pretty bad. All right, folks. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow. If I don't, it'll just be because I'm lazy. I actually did a really good job with my emails today. I took my email inbox from 120 down to 15, which is the smallest it's been in a very long time. I really appreciate the incredible kindness. Thank you all so much for the wonderful stream. To those of you who I banned, I love you. It was only a day-long ban. Hopefully it told you that. I don't know if the website tells you that, but I look forward to seeing you here soon. And yeah, you're all beautiful people.